Hello, everyone. Welcome in, Kaz and Uprising. So good to see you guys here. It's fine and lovely Monday morning. Better Call Saul Day. It's Monday. Better Call Saul Day. I'm playing Half-Life 2 Episode 1. Hydrate and posture check. The minute one posture check goes crazy, but believe it or not, I'm actually super straight backed in my chair right now. No. Thanks for reminding me, though. It was worth a try. Oh yeah, maybe. I was gonna say maybe streamer's in a bad mood at the start of the stream, and so he's like slumped down, and then I realized I am kind of in a bad mood. But I still have the physical energy to stay straight back at least, and we don't have to talk about you know negative things because we're about to have a lot of fun reading Umineko and endeavoring this mystery and unearthing the secrets of the manor. Apparently there's gonna be like a slaughter soon, or at least one person's gonna die. I'm expecting it. Blind read through goes crazy. What? What's so crazy about it? It just means I'm reading it through for the first time. Did I say blind playthrough? Is it correct? Is it correct to say I'm playing through a visual novel? Or do you just mean like I'm reading the novel with like a blindfold over my head, over my eyes? Hold on. Oh shit. Get that off the screen. My bad. Okay. We need fewer gifts today. Because Umineko is slash serious. Slash unjerk. Uh slash all that other stuff. So it's gosh, I every single time I stream, I say, I'm gonna sort out my sources. I'm gonna make folders. I'm gonna make it more easy to navigate for myself, so I can, actually find the one GIF out of like 20 I have that I want to strike down. Sorry, Don Quixote, you too. No gifts today. No gifts while we're reading. We are slash serious, but I will have my Fumo up here in the corner. Maybe not Dante either, actually. We'll just have all the several editions of myself on the screen. I think I'm gonna make myself some food later, but after that I don't know what to do. It's the Shroomerlings? Yes. The Shroomlings. All my little minions. Okay. All my little minions and homunculi and creatures and critters. Here, I can put speaking of critters. Various ruffians and rapscallions and pinheads and goons and thugs and dolts. all in my likeness. All in the likeness of myself. And I love each and every one of them. I have good news pertaining to my current commission from Shimajime, my next avatar. It looks amazing, just a work in progress. It looked like holy moly. Holy moly. I'm gonna break that one out for a very special stream. It might not be for a while since I have so many games to play in the meantime. But once I break it out, dude, once I break that glass, it'll all be completely worth it. Like I so want to show it off and even use it as an avatar in the meantime, but what game is it? I'll leave it up to your imagination for now. It'll be somewhat of a surprise when it releases, so to speak. When Shimejime finishes it, and you know, if they choose to post it, then you guys will know. If they choose not to, then you guys will know when I actually stream the game. It's as simple as that. What happens when you get 80 followers? Nothing crazy. That's just like the automatic goal that Twitch sets up for me. I would set up to like 150, and then I might do something special for 150 followers, right? But like, Twitch just sets 10 follower increments. That's like, you know, like it's not really a goal. It's just like Twitch does that, and I don't know how to change the increments. Like all the Doom games, those are actually on the list, believe it or not. By all, I mean all. Doom, okay, well maybe not like 2016 and on, but like Doom 1996 is on the list, and you know, maybe Doom 2 and Doom 3, but more likely some Doom WADs I think I would play after 96, or 93 I mean. I'll play Doom 1993, and then I'll play like Doom fan mods. What's wrong with 2016 and after? Just not my cup of tea. Just not my cup of tea. You gotta try 2016. It's so fun. It insists upon itself. I did not care for The Godfather. I did not care for Doom 2016. Maybe at chat's behest, I'll give it a whirl. Someday in the distant future, because we have so very many games to tackle. But Eternal? Never played it. Never played it, and just never was really too interested in trying it. How do I give you $10 to play it? Coffee. My coffee. Let's see. I'm not logged into coffee on this computer. My coffee, my throne, maybe? But also you could just gift 2 subs or something. I would absolutely play it. Here's the thing, the backlog and the promises of games to play is already growing really fast, so even if you, like, gifted, like, 2 subs right now, it would still be, like, a couple weeks until I could play it. Because I got Umineko, I got Yakuza, I got Funger. I'm so close to $10. What was my password for coffee? Something like this? There it is. Nope. Let's see, password manager. I have $9.92. Hold on to that, buddy. Don't if it's all the money you have, I'd feel bad taking it. Oh, it's not on my password manager. Let's see, did I log in with Twitch? No, that's what I have in my bank account. Oops. Somehow that automatically put a bot in my chat. This is not the coffee I made either, because it's trying to set it up for me. Oh, what was the password, man? You got a Tesla bot? I tried signing into coffee with my Twitch, and then that was the point I realized that I did not make this coffee using my Twitch account. And now I have like a random, I need to like delete this account now. I have a random account tied to my Twitch, and I can't tie the actual account I had. to my Twitch probably. This is super, like, I just fucking derailed myself completely. Like, this is not something I should be doing right now, but I just thought about it, and when I think about things, I have to do them, because if I don't, like, it'll just vacate my mind in the next 5 minutes. Like, that's the annoying thing about being so forgetful. I'll try later. Okay, delete this account. Settings. I'll try to remind you in the server. How to delete Kofi account. It took him. Well, did you get reminded to draw? I did not. And you know what? Even if I did get reminded, I might have been too lazy to do it anyways. Like, I was fucking beat after the stream. I don't know, I didn't get a lot done. I did go to the gym. I didn't even practice my Japanese though. But I did go to the gym, I did leg day. I really just wasn't feeling that great. Like, it's not a good excuse, but I just was not feeling well at all, and I didn't get a lot done. Delete my account. Sorry, I made this one by accident. I'm going to be going to a gym near in my hometown. You got any gym advice? Yes, I do actually. Tip number 1, go with a buddy. If you know anyone that has already been lifting regularly and kinda knows what they're doing, ask them to go with you and help you. With form, with technique, with showing you like the good lifts. My advice, my tip number 2, I'll call it my opinion. My opinion number 2 is simple, like basic complex lifts are king. You don't need to do any like crazy shit you see on YouTube and like all the wild shit influencers just like make up to get views. You really just need to hit, basic complex movements that target, muscle groups. And it's kind of it can get boring, but like I really do the same 5 workouts every single day. When I do chest, I do dips, incline chest press, tricep pull downs, and like lateral raises and shoulder presses for my shoulder. When I do push, I should say. When I do pull, I do rows, pull-ups, lat pull downs, bicep curls, and face pulls or delt flies for my rear delts. And then when I do legs, I do squats, some variation of a squat that I can, that's within my means. If you're not disabled like me, you can go for the squat rack. Like, I can't do the squat rack very well because of my injury, but I do like isolated Bulgarian split squats because you can really work a muscle without putting a lot of weight on those. Leg press, hamstring curl, quad extension, calf raise, and then like some hip abduction / adduction. Like you really, it's simple. Lifting is simple. Injury, is it okay to ask what happened, or is it private? I've spoken about it a couple times at this point. It's a training injury from when I was in the Marines. We have this thing in the Marines called the CFT, the Combat Fitness Test, and a part of that test is literally throwing a buddy on your back. We call it fireman carrying them, and just kind of running around with them for a while. So when I joined the Marines, I was very, very, very small. I've gained a lot of weight since then, but when I joined, I was like 115 pounds light, which, in a relevant measuring system, like 53 kilograms? 53 kilograms, 2 pounds. Yeah, exactly. And the problem with that is when I was doing CFT, we were training for it. We weren't even actually doing a CFT. We were just training for it, and by training for it, I meant like by training for it, what we did was we just did it like several times a month. And eventually, it got to be my turn to throw some guy on me, on my back, and run around with him. And the guy was 6'2", like 160 pounds. So I tried throwing him on my back, and yeah, it just gave. So here I am, you know, medically separated from the military, like a year and a half later. Long process, long process. There's the Morel lore. He's a disabled regard. Please do not bully me with this information. Marines, but yeah. Anyways, I might try fashioning that into a story that's more pertinent for myself as Morel, and not my actual physical self later. But yeah, I'm a disabled idiot. For, you know, lack of a word that wouldn't get me banned off Twitch. Please do not bully me with this information. Award. What was I? Dude, I was doing something before I started talking about that. Right. Deleting the Ko-fi account I accidentally made. Okay, I think that worked. I don't need to make a Ko-fi account, Uprising. I just saw what you posted to the Discord. I need to find. Oh, you didn't say that. You just said friendly reminder Ko-fi account. Yeah, I just need to go into my email to reset my password now. And link my Twitch to this one, not the one I accidentally made and deleted. But I'll do that later. For the time being, I'm just gonna link it. In the description. Bohi. I think that's how you pronounce it. Since it sounds like it looks, the name of the website looks like romanized, you know, kana. I have no idea where to put that in. Whatever, it's not that deep. My throne is right there. Add wish. You can add like a cash gift to throne, right? It's not a big deal. It's not important right now. I'll figure it all out later. For the time being, you know, probably gifted subs are the way to go, because I've been too too big of a procrastinator to set up any more efficient way to, you know, to support me. Because subs, you know, I do like subs. I do like subs. Now where were we before I started fucking yapping about all that super unimportant shit? I completely lost my train of thought. Doom Eternal, Doom 2016. Right. I haven't played Doom. I never really cared too much to try it. Doom 93 is on the list, and Golden Jude actually recommended me a certain Doom WOD, I think, called Ashes. I want to say it's called. I haven't put it on the list yet. I don't even think Doom 93 is on like my actual list in the server. Let me fix that up real quick, actually. Doom 93. Do we have any mods in the chat? My only mod, well, one of Ashes 2063. I have 2 mods, but the other mod's kind of mad at me right now. So I just made myself sad again. Yeah. We have a lot of games to play, guys. So, maybe instead of sitting here and yapping about absolutely nothing for 20 minutes, I should actually launch the game I wanted to play so I can get to work. Get cracking on the list. Okay, I'm taking some vitamins real quick. Or Eco Swap. I'm just messaging the friend that actually recommended me Umineko. If he, in case he wants to watch me play. And we'll get the game started. Sup, suppity sup. Strange bruh, or Vockley. I'm literally about to launch the game right now. I've been fucking streaming for 30 minutes and I've just been talking about nothing in the meantime. Umineko, when the seagulls cry. Had it something like this. When I grow up, I want to be an Ushiromiya. Real. I'm already Battler though, so you can't be Battler. Shrink down the Critter Hall of Fame. Alright. It is currently raining. How lovely. It's not raining here. My weather app said it was likely going to rain. But, we're not there. Look at all the save slots I made. Why are there 5 pages with 8 save slots on each page? I just wanted to make sure, like, just in case, all of them get corrupted. Maybe one of them is fine, right? Oh, you to reread parts of the game? I did that. I see. Where's the aura and hype moments, man? This visual novel, boring visual novel. You can skip around chapters once you finish an episode. Okay. Where I need to like I need a brief recap, which I will give to myself. So, family gathering at the Ushiromiya manor, and the quote-unquote children, they're all over the age of 18, but episode 1 is to set everything up for 8 episodes, but once it starts raining, interesting things will happen. Okay, so I just need to sit through the text slop for the aura and hype moments to start pouring in. Got it. The 4 of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages. Adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other 3 kept listening attentively. I think I'm finally getting used to all this. I already forgot all the voices I gave to everyone, so I'm gonna have to make them all up on the spot again. Just I just know Battler is my normal voice because he's literally me. Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have imagined in the past 6 years. It builds up the game will reward you appropriately. Interesting. Interesting. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm not actually bored, by the way. Like, if that wasn't obvious, I'm just like fucking like throwing mud on the wall because I'm bored. Like figuratively bored. Yeah, I'm just fucking like shitposting. I do not like visual novels. Visual novels are peak. Sorry, Uprising. You found my stream and fell in love with it while I was playing Entropy Zero. And now you gotta sit through me reading a visual novel, because that's the other kind of thing I like. They're very fun to read. Honestly, this is a new development for me. It's cool, bro. I'll still keep watching. Thank you, Uprising. You're a good man. This is a new development for me, though. I've never... Up until I started playing Limbus Company, I think, the only visual novel I had really read was Doki Doki Literature Club, and like that doesn't even really count. Like, I think anyone that seriously reads visual novels will like laugh at you if you say, "Oh, I love visual novels. I loved Doki Doki Literature Club." Like, it's kind of its own thing. I read Higurashi, then I read Umineko in Japanese, and now I'm doing Diasirai. Limbus Company is more or less a visual novel. There's gameplay, but like the in-between moments, it's all just reading. That's a gacha one, isn't it? Yeah. Wow. It's very good. It's quickly become one of my favorite games, I think, over the past couple months of me playing it. Heard about it, but doesn't really interest me. I prefer my stuff without gameplay, you see. So real. Well, here's the thing about Limbus Company. It doesn't necessarily have to have gameplay. I mean, it literally plays itself. For like the first 4 chapters, there's like quote-unquote combat, but there's this thing called the win rate button where the game just automatically calculates, you know, the highest. It just automatically picks the best moves for you that your characters have. When I launch a game and it asks me to press buttons, oh, that's funny. Yeah. I'm not even like exaggerating. It's originally a mobile game, isn't it? Yeah, I think so. It just got ported to Steam. The only reason they made it a gacha in the first place is because Project Moon, the developers, wanted to justify continually updating it and you know, a live service type of game, as opposed to their first 2 games, which were just, you know, single player, $20, you know, buy and play. A live service model really justifies that a lot more. Like, they're still working on it. It's like not even 2/3 of the way done, I bet. Like, Kanto 8, there's 1 chapter for every, like, character in your crew. So, we're on 8 out of 12 at least right now. Yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, the game will literally play itself for you. Like, at a certain point, the difficulty gets to be where, like, you actually kind of have to read and think about your moves and whatnot. Like, I've hit that point. But for the first, seriously, like, 3.5 chapters, you just press the win rate button, you start combat, and you watch your sinners go at it. Because Limbus Company, the gameplay is like, it's like turn-based. It's like turn-based, but like you basically queue up all your actions, and the enemies have all their actions queued up, and you can see what their plans are. And most of the time, your characters automatically choose like where they're gonna go with the moves you queue up. So yeah, the win rate button just automatically queues up every move, and then you just send them in. I saw a friend talking about not being able to get it past a boss. Yeah, the game plays itself until you get to, like, certain filters. Like fucking Ricardo, that guy took me, like, an hour to beat. Anyways. Streamer says he'll stop yapping, then launches the game just to talk about something completely unrelated for 10 minutes anyways. Yeah, I think I will read more visual novels. And I think I will read more simple books in Japanese as well. I didn't practice any kanji yesterday because I was too bruh. Visual novel in real life. Yeah, the website you linked me with like all the like simple like preschooler type Japanese books. Um yeah, those are real life visual novels. Ishirai's prose in Japanese was so bad it gave me a headache. Strange fella, you're the one that's played Pathologic, right? I think I asked you this really recently, but I have a really bad memory. You've played the Bachelor route. That game's kind of like a visual novel. Visual novel with walking simulator in between. Absolute peak. It's really it's more akin to a book than a game. Is this Strange Fella? Yes. Yes, Svokli is Strange Fella, Jude. At Golden Jude, at Strange Fella. I remember that. Yes, I'm glad you do. It was a funny bit from like, who knows how long ago. A couple years at least. To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable. But talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then. I agree. You haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years. Even though your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside. I resent that. Ooh. I'm a kid too. I'm a kid too. Well, even you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you, Maria? I mean, you're going to transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you? And when that happens, that flat as a board chest will reach Jessica's level, huh? Is this all he thinks about? Battler the pervert? Yeah, I think breasts take up like 33% of his brain capacity at any given moment. He gets better. When that happens, you gotta let me touch him, okay? He's crazy for that. It's a promise. Ooh. Bro's hitting on his 9-year-old cousin. Ooh, let you touch him. Promise. Ooh. No, no, Maria-chan. You can't make that kind of promise. That's bad, bad, bad. Ooh. I promised, so I'll let him touch him. I keep my promises. Oh, she's serious. Always keep them. Ooh. This visual novel is ist ein Didden Bluden? Maria, you really are an earnest good girl. The guy you marry is gonna be really lucky. Hey, stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty. Maria, that promise never happened. Never. Ooh. The promise is cancelled? Oh. The subtle illusion that Maria is very honest and accepts any request without thinking. Okay. I was gonna say I like that, but like not in that way. Like I like integrity, okay? I like sticking to your guns, but you know, maybe not in this context. As I thought, without Battler Kun in our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete. These 6 years have been kind of lonely. That's true. We didn't really goof off like this. Battler the asswipe. Okay. the literally me comments are on hold for the time being. Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right? Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, finding jobs. Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around. But I'm having more fun this year. Ooh. That's true. I agree, this year is the most fun yet. Postal Redux. Oh, is that an update on the Postal 2 remaster? We'll check that out later, Uprising. I'll check that out, you know. No? Song. You want me to play Postal Redux music over Umineko? I suppose that can be arranged. There's no settings. There's no settings, so I can't turn the music off in this game. We'll just go into volume mixer for a sec. Hopefully there's no like imminent sound cues or anything that I'm gonna be missing out on. But those are pretty few and far in between. Rampage. Improvised explosive device, in-game mix. Also, this song is great. Yeah, the Postal Redux soundtrack was really good. I actually played that game. What's the name of the Postal 2 remaster? Isn't it Postal 2 Redux? It's kind of confusing. I wish they used a different word. Did you know that they're remastering Postal 2, Strange Fella? Isn't that crazy? Looking forward to that. Alright. I don't know what'll be new. I think for the most part it'll just be a graphical revamp. Uprising posted to my Discord that they have the budget for the pigeon level now. If you recall, during Apocalypse Weekend, there's this long like worn out cutscene where they're like, oh yeah, we were gonna do an awesome pigeon level, but we didn't have the budget. So sucks to be you. I don't know. Apocalypse Weekend was kind of the weak part of Postal anyways. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George and Nikki stroked Maria's head and she giggled like a happy kitten. Discord kitten, if you will. Pardon me. Let's hope it'll be good. Yeah, I got my fingers crossed. I've got my fingers crossed. Your meal is ready. A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Jessica answered brightly. Shannon, come in. You remember Battler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. These are some Redditor-ass sentences. What, about Maria purring like a kitten? Or whatever? There's still a servant girl who must have been about our age. It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama. It's nice to see you after 6 years. Well, when this game came out, like the subcontext of being like a kitten like did not exist in its defense. That's your own personal association with the connotation of the word kitten. This game's older than me. Holy, wait. Okay. I feel like I just suddenly aged 10 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply. Jessica had me surprised, but look at you, Shannon-chan. You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you? Dude, Battler has some W riz. You are too kind. Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional, huh? Don't say it, Battler. What are you eating and how are you training to get boobs that big? Guess I'll have to feel them a bit and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. Okay. No more Postal Redux music while Battler is groping woman. Okay, I actually can't do this. This is the last scene with shit like this in the episode. With both hands poised and saliva dribbling from my mouth, I closed in. That's how he's saying that. For the sake of justice and my personal honor. I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. This is just a Battler-style method of communication. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So I can use this Battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Japanese writer syndrome? Is that where this is coming from? Japanese writers just love talking about fondling breasts? Well, it also means I really do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance though, right? Like that's ever gonna happen. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan's boobs, but the counter-strike had yet to come. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on. But she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Hey, I wasn't planning on this. Please hit me right now or I'm seriously gonna... Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Ow! Thank you so much, Jessica. Why the hell are you thanking me? Huh? Seriously, my bad, Shannon-chan. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest. More importantly, anyone who gets that close has gotta be a molester. You've gotta fight back when people do that. But you are an important guest, Battler-sama. Now look here. A pervert's a pervert, whether he's a guest or not. A girl's chest has got an air defense identification range of about 10 centimeters or so. Once someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace, so you better scramble the jets immediately and give him an instant slap. I couldn't do such a thing? Because we are, furniture. Of course she didn't want her breast touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. A girl like this needs some urgent protection. To think such devoted girls still existed in this era. It's enough to make a man dizzy. It's a relic, we'll call it a relic of the times, because, like, if you watch, like, any movie from a year that starts with 1 instead of a 9, like, it is really, really, like, rapey by today's standards. Like, It's a Wonderful Life, which I think was 1919. Great movie, I love the movie, but, like, there are some scenes that are, like, really, really, really rapey. I watch it every Christmas. Okay, it was 1946. I watch it every Christmas with my family, and, like, I'm just, like, kind of, like, holding my breath a little bit when those scenes come on. It's a good movie. The protagonist gets better, though. He's a bro. Yeah, he seems inwardly to not have actually wanted to touch her breasts. That much has been made clear. He's not actually just, like, Lester the molester. No, I'm coming at you with a perverted face again. Knock me down. Look out, pervert on the loose. This gag can't end until you deliver the punchline, so slap me. Please. Hit me! I cannot fulfill your request, because I'm furniture. But if it were in order, I'd obey you, because that is my duty. Then I'll make it in order. The next time Battler-kun tries to touch your breasts, counterattack with a slap. Got it? Yes. As you wish. From now on, that's what I'll do. Please understand, Battler-sama. Shen announces while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. Well, did you ever play The Binding of Isaac? Yes, I have. I have several hundred hours in that game. I gave her a thumbs up to show her I was fine with that. 6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant. How long have you been working here? Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. She's... The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. I actually recognize more or less most of these characters. Jisho. This is Otto on its own, at least. Something sound exactly. I have no idea what this kanji is. Something sound. I'm just trying to, like, piece out the radicals in my head, but they're on the tip of my tongue. Probably some stuff only used in names, probably. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiro Miya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kanon-kun, the kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant who served here since she was 6 years old. Her appearance... Imagine. Imagine being a 6-year-old butler, dude. Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories. But we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed the allure you'd expect of a girl her age. Especially in her breasts. Yes. That kid we met earlier, Kanon-kun, is her little brother. I think she's probably 18. I think it was mentioned that she's the same age as Battler and Jessica. He's not exactly my little brother. Still, he loves me like a big sister. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? He's the same as always. If only he were just a bit more sociable. I apologize if he's caused you any trouble. Nah, he didn't cause any trouble at all. As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age. It's no surprise he's unsociable. Ooh, I get called that all the time too. I get called unsociable. Just like Canon. Ooh. Feminine giggle. You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama. Ooh. Wanted to be like him. Ooh. You said the meal was ready, right? Yes. I'm sorry. Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally, and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further. So, shall we go to the mansion? Everyone's probably hungry, right? Yeah. I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food. That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking. Oh, I can't wait. Yummers. Rich people food. Let's go, Maria. We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs. Ooh. Stuff ourselves like pigs. No, no. You can't take everything Battler-kun says seriously, okay? Because he's always just joking around. Okay, let's go. Actually, you will not literally be stuffing yourselves like pigs because there is no physical slop trough, and we are eating finely and in a refined manner. Thank you, Georgia Nikki. Thank you for correcting Battler. Under Shannon Chan's guidance, we headed towards the mansion. George the most polite. He just needs a sprite where he's like holding his finger up in the air while he's correcting people. Actually, you're not gonna stuff yourself like a pig, Maria. Once again by the magnificent Rose Garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiromiya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war, so you could feel the dignity of almost half a century hanging about it. After the war. After the Great War. Since this is like 1960s, right? The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. This game takes place in 1986. Okay, so World War II. I don't know why I thought 60s for some reason. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? Jisho. Kotatsu. Table over an electric heater with a hanging quilt to retain heat. Thank you, Jisho. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant. Battler-sama, it's been quite some time since we last met. As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or as refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, it communicated his feelings very well. Genji-san, it really has been a while. You look well. Thank you. I have been quite well. And Battler-sama, you have become a splendid young man. You are beginning to resemble the master in his youth. Battler is just a sensitive young man. A sensitive young man trying to grope the breasts of every woman he meets. Finally done with food, I don't know what to do now. I don't know. Just do what you want. Just try not to doom scroll so much. That's my biggest weakness when I don't know what to do. I look like grandfather? Guess that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young. From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you. Please, come this way. Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people, who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though times had stopped since the last time we met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver, and you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. As you could draw, you could, play a game maybe. Or you could just read along with me and try and solve this mystery once the mystery actually reveals itself. In fact, it seems he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. I say you should draw, just cause if you have the option between drawing and games, just get some drawing out of the way, some practice for the day. Draw every day, and you'll be getting better. Be getting better at drawing. And if you don't know what to draw, like a still life. Like I said the other day, a still life is a good idea. If you have no idea what to draw, just look at what's on your desk and try and draw that, and then, you know, compare your drawing to the actual object and like see what looks different, like what's wrong. That's at least the advice I got from another streamer I was watching. That was his advice for just improving at drawing in general. Still lives. But first I must eat my soup. Do a still life of the soup. Or the soup bowl. But I wonder how long he served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being here since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed. Which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. It's easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up into the second story of the mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. Rolling into a break here. Huh? So it begins. There's an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back. Sorry. Hey, Jessica, has that picture always been there? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped too. Alright. Gonna refill my water. I think I'm gonna get some lemonade too. I poured myself some lemonade for breakfast, and I want more now. I want more sugar. So, I'll be right back. All right. I did leg day yesterday. They're quite sore. I went pretty light, but there's still like a bit of soreness there. Now, where were we? Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it? When was it again? Well, my memory doesn't fail me. According to my approximation, Rick, it was put on display sometime around the year before last. Okay, shut up, Eugene. You're correct, sir. In April of the year before last, the master put it on display there, having previously ordered a painter to create it. Grandfather did that? So he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait suited this western mansion, and that woman in the elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged woman you often see in famous pictures. If she'd had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair, and didn't look Japanese at all. So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer. Ooh, I know, she's Beatrice. What? Beatrice. Okay, I'm back with my mental sanity. You just had to compose yourself for a bit after all the boob groping, huh? Hydrate, I got you. Drink some water. As for the posture check, I'm doing good still. I am not slouching at all. You'll have to work harder than that to catch me when I'm slumping. Beatrice. She's a witch. Didn't you ever hear stories about her long ago? A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I can handle freaky, but I couldn't handle that apparently. But that was super tame. I think I already said this, but Rokkenjima is a small island, only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive, considering that only the Ushiromiya family lives here. Sorry, were you slouching or not? I was not slouching. Straight backed. Good posture, thank you for checking. Excuse me. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness, since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it would be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside the dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place, but to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were as geographically separated from civilization as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out in the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out to the forests are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. The rain is aggressive. Lovely. I love aggressive rain. Internet crashed. Sorry, I feel like every single chatter I have has their internet or computer goes out every stream. Bro's got that 5 megabit bandwidth internet. I like my rain tame. Boring. Boring. If children were to go play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. The shroom pores are clogging the internet cables. and are like short-circuiting your computer CAS, since your computer goes out like once or twice every single day I stream. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it, or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story's been passed down on this island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, so you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rakanjima was born. This is the legend of Rakanjima's witch. That's why when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch, who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little. I see. Still, I totally forgot that the witch in that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice. So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story? She's the witch from grandfather's delusions. Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy. My dad paid for better internet, and what happened is that there was no increase in speed, but it tends to crash randomly now, like it just crashed again. Lamel. I just got an upgrade like a couple of months ago from cable internet to fiber, and the internet's definitely way faster, like way better now. The problem is like the fucking modem like just doesn't work sometimes. Like it just chooses to stop working. It's really, really strange. Like I straight up need to like call, like I've been meaning to call my ISP for a while. Intrusion 2 is really good. I don't think you've told me about Intrusion 2, but if you and Valkyrie vouch for it, it's absolutely going on the list. Do I need to play Intrusion 1 before, or is it just fine standalone? Here, let me make a channel for game suggestions in my server as well. We vouch. Post games you'd like to see me play here, and I'll add them to the list. TM. There is a Discord server, by the way. Chat, if there are any lurkers in here that are new to the stream. There's no story for that game. You can play the first one if you do want. So what's it about? Is it like a roguelite or? Fast-paced side-scrolling gun game. Okay. I think you might have mentioned it once before. Anyways. Where were we? To us, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind. To him, she's a being that exists on this island. Exists. He says he had that painting made because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise. That whole thing's creepy as hell. Milady, this portrait is precious to the master. I beg of you, do not say such things in front of him. I know. Even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away. Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room. Ooh, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Ushiromiya family. All of the lawless remainder is the domain of the witch, Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokkenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I'd felt when I learned of the tutelary god's shrine being struck by lightning. I remember that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island. It's like a third-person shooter and the physics engine is like the source engine. Interesting. But I do know one thing. It isn't the Shiromiya family that rules Rokkenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island. Hello, Beatrice. Peddler! Ooh, you're slow! When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased after them. Yeah, we have a lot of sorry, Uprising, we have a lot of text slop on the menu for, like, the next couple of weeks. Because I'm playing Umineko, I'm playing, Limbus Company, and after I get through Fear and Hunger, which I don't really know if that game is, like, text slop, or if it, like, actually has gameplay. But, once I'm done with that, it's back to Deltarune, which is even more text slop. Hydrate, thank you, Kaz. Take a sip of water. It has gameplay, don't worry. Maybe I don't want gameplay. Maybe I just want to read forever. But the text is still important. Okay, perfect. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked. I have brought the children. How do you guys like my Genji-san voice? I'm trying to do like a composed, older, you know, like Alfred, almost. Please pardon the intrusion. The doors were opened and we were invited inside. My dog is scared of thunder, and as soon as the front door is open, he rushes in the living room. Yeah, that sounds like my cat. The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be. Had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering. The older gentleman, indeed. You're late, brats. And I like giving this guy like I remember I like giving this guy like a smarmy voice. You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat. Like, the old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipience chair, is for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. Oh, he's dead. A toast to all who sought to kill me. From the perspective of someone facing the incipience chair head-on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower-ranking seats progressing in rows of two further away from it. So, the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipience chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. Looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was also empty. Across from his chair, on the right side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Ava, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was the fourth highest in rank. There sat my dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings, the old bastard. Across from him, on the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But nope, the left-hand seat in the third row, rank number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George and Iki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. Then finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the fifth row, sat Aunt Natsuhi, the 10th highest in rank. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuhi, in the 6th row, in the final seat of the left hand, sat Kiri-san. The seat opposite to Kiri-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. Of According to this ranking system, that spot was where Antarosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Interesting. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal position as their partners, but the Ushiro-miya family system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. We start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, and the children of direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she were still alive. In their youth, they obey the father. After they get married, their husband. After aging, their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring all this out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups, adult siblings with adult siblings and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs some very complicated feelings in me. What the hell? The Ushiro-miyas are problematic? Ever heard of a little thing called equality, sweaty? We are women and we want to work ball-busting 10-hour day, 6-day-a-week wage slave jobs just like the men. Sorry, I'm processing, like, how to make that sound better. Listen, the 80s were a different time, okay? Different time period. I wish I was at the family conference too. Aunt Natsuhi, who was married to the eldest son and was the de facto number 2 managing in this family, sat to my right. I thought that was really funny. Which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It was hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down. How nice to see you, Badler-kun. You've grown quite tall, haven't you? Oh, yep. 6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through. There's some character profiles you haven't read yet. Oh yes, Natsuhi. Natsuhi still hasn't even been put on my screen. Very strange. I haven't really read most of them. I'll go through them real quick. In the absence of any irregularities, it is thought that she will eventually inherit the headship of the Ushiro-miya family. Well, hey, see, they're not problematic at all. A woman is gonna be the head of the family. I mean, that's progressive for the time, for the 80s. The Ushiro-miya family is woke? Woke Miya. The head of the family would be Jessica's husband. But even if he's not blood related? No, she would be the head. It just got explained. It goes by blood alone. Her husband would be lower ranked than Badler. No? I mean, Uncle Hideyoshi is lower ranked than Maria-kun, the 9-year-old. Her husband would marry into the Ushiro-miya family and get the family name. Okay, no more woke Ushiro-miya then. However, she seems to have no interest in all of this. She was born with weak bronchi and is sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. An affable young man liked by everyone. He's studying. He dreams of making it on his own one day. Wokika. Real. Hideyoshi. The guy that I made sound like Wario. I remember, out of everyone, I'll remember his voice. He took his wife's name upon their marriage and became a member of the Yoshiromiya family. See, he took the Yoshiromiya name and he's still ranked below the 9-year-old. He therefore does not possess the spiteful genes passed through the family members, and his bright smile is very refreshing at family conferences. He started his business from scratch and now works as the president of a medium-sized restaurant chain. Ken seems to be growing and performing extremely well. On Ava, she's hostile towards her brother Kraus and opposes him whenever she can. Issues dealing with the family fortune to the question of who will succeed the family headship. Normally she would have lost her place in the Yoshiromiya family register upon her marriage, but she managed to forcibly overcome this by having her husband take her family name. Interesting. Shit, if I were Uncle Hideyoshi, I would have done the same thing. I mean, marrying into a super, super rich family like this? Look at how happy he is! He's like, I don't belong here at all. If we assumed Ava would be the one to assume the headship, I think it'd go to Hideyoshi. Yeah, I'm not sure. No. He kind of just walked in. Yeah, no, because he's ranked super low. I think you've got it all wrong, like Vockley. Here's how you're wrong and I'm right, even though I just started reading and you've like been invested in this shit for like forever. Hiromiya Kiri. I like Kiri is very pretty. She had already worked alongside him for some time before the death of his first wife, at which time she openly took the position of his wife. Anime girls with short, white hair. Definitely a weak spot for me. I'm debating with George Yoshiromiya right now. Actually, Uncle Hideyoshi ranks below Battler-kun, so he wouldn't even take the headship of the family. Okay, I forgot about the headship dynamic stuff. It was confusing in Japanese. Yeah, I have the benefit of reading it in English right now and reading it completely fresh. So yeah, I think Yoshiromiya family is woke, because it seems pretty obvious. Like, on Ava is like second place right now. No, who was second place? It was. Yeah, on Ava's like straight up second place. It's all about blood, and like the order in which you've been born. Like that's all that matters. And then all the spouses go in last place. Which is why even Natsuhi, who's not on this screen yet for some reason, he is, like, literally dead last, even though she's married to, the head of the family. Servant Goda. He hasn't served this family long, but through his earlier jobs and previous experience, he has cultivated a talent for entertaining guests. Did I buy an employee subscription? I have not yet. The thing is, like, assuming Kinzo died, it'd be a shitstorm regardless about who gets what. Yes, assuming he died. Am I like red herring myself right now? Like, is someone else gonna get murdered? Like, I feel like the obvious murder mystery is like the head of the family gets murdered, and then like, you know, everyone has their motives. Like, oh, I wanted to take the headship. Oh, I wanted the fortune. Oh, I just hated the bastard. Hydrate and posture check. You're free to theorize. Yeah, my theory is Kinzo is like already dead right now, like straight up, and that's why his seat is empty. Anyways, I just drank some water. If you were wondering why I like stopped mid thought. And as for the posture check, I am still straight backed. I am doing well. Honestly, my butt kind of hurts from the gym yesterday. So I'm probably like you just gotta time it right, you know. You gotta be like a good bit into the stream, and I have to be like low energy. Like, honestly, it would feel really good to slump right now. Like, lie down in my chair a little bit. I might just stand up a little bit. I feel like that would be better. Bevel my monitor up. Theory. No deaths. Everyone is happy. So true. So true. Everyone enjoys their stay on Rakanjima. you know, it's a good grand old celebration and slash vacation. A young but experienced servant. She has a tattoo on her thigh. She's normally calm and performs her job efficiently, but she messes up when she gets nervous. Furthermore, Shannon is nothing more than a pseudonym that she uses on duty, not her real name. Performs his duties diligently and silently, but is not so highly regarded as a servant due to his unsociable nature. There are multiple other servants with the On character in their pseudonyms. He and Shannon just happened to be the ones on duty that day. That day. Interesting how it uses the past tense. On. Yeah. The onyami of Oto is on. Good to know. Canon. Servant Genji. The leader of the servants, he has served Kinzo longer than any other, and is the person most trusted by that old man. Since he serves Kinzo directly, Kraus and Natsuki think of him as being a spy for Kinzo. There's a rotation of servants. She's the youngest of the siblings. It seems that it gives her a weaker position at the family conference. She manages a design company, but she has yet to start taking it seriously, and his financial situation is far from favorable. Her father's identity is unknown. She can't shake the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scolding. There's no interest in studying or making friends, but is very interested in things concerning the occult and black magic. What? Okay. Thanks to her excellent powers of memorization, she knows all kinds of obscure trivia. Okay, so I was right, she was pretending to be stupid. Her like character profile just says it outright. Or maybe she's just smart when she wants to be. Maria is the best. Yeah, I can tell you like your profile on Discord is her. I like her too. She's a cute character. And like I said, like I theorized last stream, I had a feeling like she was more clever than she was letting on. You know, apparently she has good memorization skills and likes black magic. I don't know where I got that feeling from, but I just got the feeling. Growing just like a boy, I see. How tall are you now? I guess about 180 centimeters? But, Natsuhi, that's where you're supposed to say, heck, sounds like all you did was eat. Huh? Oh, feminine giggle. I'm sorry. After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. Oh, she's not Kinzo. No, she's not Kinzo's wife. I don't know why I thought that. It's just the guy isn't here. His uncle. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? Natsui translates to summer princess or something like that. It feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things, with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever change words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her. Though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. Oh? He was the kind of person who would ever be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group has arrived. Where is Unk? Where is Unk? Or is like bleeding out in like a ditch or something. Why are there so many Russians streaming Half-Life 2? It was a good game. Grandfather's pretty late. As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time. Thank you for the hydrate, Hez. I don't know. Can you tell my voice is getting a little hoarse from the non-stop reading already? Well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately. In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals. Still, I figured he'd at least come down today. Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him. Jessica! When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Almost noon. Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushiromiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built a growing pile of books. The noise played, so oh, the little jingle, right. Oh, look at that. It's such a subtle noise. I completely miss it. Why does the mom have Kakyoin's hair? He's just built different. The aged head of the Ushiromiya family. Even though it's already been announced that he has just a few months to live, he's brimming with energy. Though he amassed a vast fortune in the past, he never made any announcements regarding the inheritance, which worries his children. He is strongly influenced by the West and is a rabid fan of the occult. His study was packed with mysterious grimoires. Generally, when their name in kanji is shown, their profile is unlocked. Okay. So is this gonna be like a Call of Cthulhu mystery? There's a lot of mention of like black magic and the occult in people's profiles. And I guess like now with the mystery about the witch, or at least the story about the witch. This is already taking turns that I'm not expecting. You're welcome to theorize. I must see the mother now. Show the mom, please. Chat is down bad for Miss Natsuhi. She manages the household of the Ushiromiya head family in place of her husband, who takes little interest in such matters. She was in charge of all preparations and arrangements for this family conference. She possesses a strong sense of responsibility and a great deal of pride. However, neither her husband nor his siblings understand her very well, so her position is far from enviable. I can see the vision of the Kakyoin hair. Yeah, I kind of see it too. I'm honestly down bad for Aunt Ava and his Kitty-san. Mac. With his spectacles on, he built a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. I'm feeling some, maybe not like cosmic horror, but like some horror vibes coming on already. By those two specifically, I don't know. I just like how they look. They both have short hair. That's one thing. That's not like why, but I'm just noticing that they have that in common. Chat, the more I talk about like anime girls I like, the more you can narrow down my taste. I say that, except I say I like basically every freaking girl in every game I play, so so maybe not. what's my taste in Limbus Company? I like Roja, I like Otis, I like Don Quixote, I like Ishmael. For how long have you been streaming? Like, in general, I technically started streaming in January, but I started streaming six days a week, like, at the start of... sometime, like, at the end of May, I think. At the end of May, at the start of June-ish, is when I've been streaming, like, regularly. But my first stream was, the middle of February, I think, on YouTube. You can... It's still there. The VOD is still there. Oops. All the YouTube videos are auto-playing. I'm pretty sure my YouTube is linked in my description. That Balatro VOD streamed 6 months ago. That was my first ever stream. I also have a VOD channel. I'm starting to dump all my VODs that I have onto a different YouTube channel. It's called Morel VOD Dump. Which, you know, for the VOD enjoyers in chat, this is gonna be a boon for you guys. You can catch any stream you've ever missed in retrospect. In this sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air. A nice alliteration. The power just shut itself down for no reason, so I missed the last 3 minutes. Did anything happen? No, actually. I was watching. I was just yapping about other shit. Why not do highlights? I'd watch those. I actually am working on one right now. I'm gonna upload that to my regular YouTube channel soon. It's a specific Balatro run that I had that was really fun that I'm gonna edit up a little bit and post to YouTube. And I'm also considering making a third account specifically for clips, and it'll just be like a shorts account or something. Like all the clips you've taken, Uprising, and all the clips everyone else has grabbed, and some of the clips that I took myself as well. I might start posting those as like YouTube shorts or something. But highlights are gonna go to the main YouTube channel until I figure out, you know, what to actually do with my YouTube. A dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with a stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. These odors were somehow sweet and heavy. This guy's going crazy because he's like doing drugs or some shit. My newest one about getting touched by a game isn't perfectly clipped. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they'd do would be to open up a window and ventilate this room. Yeah, that's fine. Once I start posting like shorts to like a clip channel, I'd probably like edit them up a little bit myself before sending them. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling father sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door. Silence! Enough with that racket, you fool! Who told you the door would be opened if you but knocked? I'll crucify the imbecile. Do you wish to suffer the same fate? Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not? Everyone's gathered down below. Please come out. Kraus called to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call to him from the corridor like this. Yeah, I've played Doom 2016 a bit, right? I have not. Molest me not! Hey, bro's talking to Badler-kun now. Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here? Then kill them all! Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's hearth. Put a pot in that hearth to boil the wormwood. Force the imbeciles who dare try to lure me out here to drink the broth of the apocalypse. Okay, we won't molest you. I will soak their dregs in liquor. Hydrate, thank you. This voice is killing me. Where is Genji? Call for Genji! Have my demonic absinthe prepared. The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer. Where is Genji? Bring him here! On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out. The demonic absinthe. So funny how he describes it. I assume that is like the green liquid from the prologue. Huh. Looks like he hates me to the core. My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use, and smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as a formality. Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not? Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while? I know I gave the physician a different voice last time, but I don't remember it. Shut up! Be silent! You dare to admonish me, Nanjo? I never told anyone to get you. I told them to get Genji! Now call for him immediately. Time is short, and the apostles are already readying their trumpets, so why can't you foolish sheep understand? I made up a completely new voice for Kinzo as well. I don't even remember how I voiced him last time. Kinzo slammed an old, heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open, as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled, Why? Why is there always something in my way? I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything, and there is only one thing I ask in repayment. Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you. Oh, commanders of the legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth. You do voice requests. Sure, man. So, like, send it. You don't even have to ask. What do you think? What are you thinking? Everything is filthy. Everything is irksome. Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? Genji! That green dude from regular show, Muscle Man is his name, I think. Who do you want me to voice as a Muscle Man? Oh no, bro. Call for Genji! You want me to voice Krause's Muscle Man? You know, I have no idea what he's yelling about. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. He's probably lost his mind by now. Krause-san, isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing of your own father? My father is already dead. It's too goofy. This is a serious scene. My father is already dead. There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was. At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do. Kinzo-san. Choking coughs continued to pour from the study. I'll put a touch of Muscle Man in there. I'm going back downstairs. It'd be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prized cooking talent get any colder. It's one of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain. Genji-san, father is calling for you. Keep him company, will you? Certainly. Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat. If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Kraus's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs, and let out a deep sigh. Sorry, Genji-san. But please, allow me to leave this in your hands. Please leave it to me. Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol. Okay. That's a habit that's far too difficult to break. Is Genji not here yet? Who dares keep Genji from coming? Oh, where's Genji? Call for Genji! Please, allow me to handle the situation here. Very well. Forgive me. Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door. Master, it is Genji. Genji! Why have you kept me waiting so long? You're alone, I trust? Correct. I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things that to him were important to research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Fuck. I might have accidentally inhaled some water. Trying to drink too fast. Stubborn old man. Now that's the cough I could have done earlier. Excuse me. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see his face. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. Visual novel, Kill Shrooms. Kill Shrooms. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely in the hands of the servants. Excuse me. Genji, my usual. I'm busy. Yes, sir. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. Demonic absinthe. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside the study, the mysterious collection of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either okay. We're definitely doing some Lovecraft shit here. It was right on the money with the mention of black magic and the occult. But of course. But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them grimoires!" There were also many mysterious objects that presumably had some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded in the strange shape. Black magic isn't necessarily Lovecraft? Okay, yeah, fair enough. I just really heavily associate the occult with Lovecraft in general. Like, he's like the father of black magic and mythos to me. Yeah, that's fair. It's not necessarily Lovecraft, but when I say some Lovecraft shit, I mean like vaguely inspired, like the same way I see Pathologic as inspired by Lovecraft, and Darkest Dungeon as inspired by Lovecraft. Like, his presence is there. Is like the presence is there is all I mean. And I'm all for it because I love anything. I love occult mysteries. I'm a complete sucker for them. But I'm liking where this is going. Like candles suspiciously melted and molded in this strange shapes. The constellations drawn on certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations. All of them a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects of bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass, then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned into a cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed a glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window. "Here, master." "Thank you." Kinzo had regained his composure and was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery beyond the window, projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. This man is possessed. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionally awaited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it upon the tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji. "Drink, my friend. Your words are too kind for me. No need for ceremony between us. Drink, my friend." "Thank you." Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down. "I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste. The way you make it is pure relish." "Thank you very much. It is the fruit of your guidance, master." Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit. "We have grown old together. I stopped counting the years long ago. It is entirely thanks to you, master, that I have been able to live like this until today." Kinzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery. "Until now, you have served me exceedingly well. My sons call me eccentric. The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me. Only you serve me even now. Your words are more than I deserve. My life will not last much longer. My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands." Ellipses. "Kraus is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1. And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money. Ava is a slave to money who thinks of me as a mere chicken. When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth. That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with a woman. Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere, and about whom we know nothing. Jessica is incompetent and uneducated. George has none of what it takes to be a man. Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushiramiya family. And Maria is obscene to the eye. Why is the Ushiramiya blood so incompetent? Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built? Oh, of course I know this is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it. Oh, you golden witch, are you trying to take revenge against me in this way? Calm down, Unk. If you want to hate me, then do so. If you want to run away, then run. I won't let you go. 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 You belong to me. You must always be in my arms for all my life. You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me. Thank you for the hydrate, Kaz. I am out of water. Beatrice, why won't you smile back at me? Oh, Beatrice! Oh. After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. He's literally me, though. Okay, you can be Kinzo, Ushiramiya, Bakle. It was always like this. Thank you, my friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. Oh, Beatrice. It was like seeing two different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. And so, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. Oh, shit. We're in a break. I didn't even notice it's been an hour. Okay, let me get some water. Let me, do some like voice exercises or something, because I'm killing my throat. And let me stretch out a little bit. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. All right. Gathering my composure. We get ready to read some more emotional dialogue. Cloudy day here in Morel land. I was just about to post a command. It needs to like be sitting there for a little while at least. Like I can't just sit down, say something, and you're like, oh, gotcha. You didn't strike down the text.
Your workforce is about to get bigger. Dwarf inbound.
Oh, hello. Akibit Shido Sakira. Welcome in, Raiders. How you guys doing? Perfect timing. I just got back from a little break I was taking. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Were you also playing Umineko, or what were you playing? How was your stream? How's your day been going? Hey, if you need to raid and run, you know, of course, that's perfectly fine as well. Go take care of yourself. How you guys doing, Raiders? Here, you're taking my shout out. Shout out. Akibit Shido Sagida. I was playing Umineko, had much fun. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. I basically just started, so no spoilerinos, please, everyone. Yeah, I'm still on episode 1, if you guys might be able to tell. And, you know, for the raiders for y'all that are new to my channel, nice to meet you all. Nice to meet you, Akibit. I hope I'm saying that right and not butchering it. Or unless you prefer Shido Sagira. My name is Morel. I'm a reclusive fellow who loves nature. I also love roguelites, and especially number go up, like Balatro and Slay the Spire. I love card deck building roguelites, and I love single player narrative driven games in general. I like Limbus Company. I'm really getting into Umineko right now. So, you know, if you guys like any of that stuff, you've come to the right place. That much is certain. Humu Akibit. Dingus Company. That's true. And my chat likes to bully me.
Hey,
so,
G, would you make me a sandwich?
Thanks for the follow, man. Everyone definitely go follow Akibit Shiro Sagira. Very cool to me. Now, as we were in a very passionate reading of Kinzo-san's he's like molding. have a critter. Sure. So, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. The voice I'm giving to Kinzo, I've kind of like taken some inspiration from like Dracula from Symphony of the Night. No, what's it called? It's Castlevania. I haven't played it too much, but I've heard his voice from that game. That's the voice I think that befits Kinzo. I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble. I would imagine Sir Christopher Lee's voice, Saruman. Krista, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea either. Or maybe a little bit of Count Dooku in there. I don't have it in me to do that justice though, so I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery. The nail a cursed doll to a tree. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't do Saruman. I'll have to practice that one though, because that's a good voice to have in your repertoire. Now that you bring it up, I'll have to practice that one off camera a little bit. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be. Many miracles that happened in myth might be called The crystallization of shocking magic power, with a low probability of occurrence and astronomical risk. That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God. The risk of that desperate situation, cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea's shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power. Oh, hell no, Kinzo's a Reddit atheist. If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part. After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless, innumerable results of the roulette of those with power. This is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds. Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles is magical power itself. To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair. Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet. The based gambler. However, people who truly possess magic power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being. And if that power exists within me, I'll seize that miracle. This is just like Balatro. So true. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Kinzo is just using the wheel. Kinzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies. If only I were capable of grasping that miracle. Oh, Beatrice, show me your lovely smile once more. No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish. I just want to see your smile, that's all. I'll return everything you granted me. I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day. I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold. I'll return everything you gave me. I just want to see your smile. I beg you, Beatrice. Oh. The text said it's like a howl. Oh. Anne's completely off his rocker. His nonsensical yells became a scream and then a wail. Kinzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. I already forgot the voice I gave this guy. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the family head's health is not at its best. He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you have gathered for this event that occurs but once a year. Goda, let the lunch begin. Certainly. I shall begin today's luncheon. Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition really that bad? Couldn't he have at least let us see his face? It's more than a problem of mood than a physical condition. And for that, there is no medicine I can prescribe. Hey, are we talking about his mood again? You've got to be kidding me. We took time out of our schedules during this busy autumn season just to come and find out how he's doing. And now he's... You should be happy, Rudolph. You now know how he's doing. Or what? Would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us? Are you kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though, Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was. He wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting. Does it seem like his mood will improve before our dinner, Kraus-ni-san? Hydrate? Thank you. I forgot I had water here. The voice I'm giving Kinzo-sama is not easy on the throat. I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him directly. Although I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him. Genji-san's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk. It's pretty pathetic, though, making the servants deal with your own parents' bad mood. Jessica, don't speak out of turn. She'd planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, skulking. If he's as cranky as they make him sound, he can't be that terribly sick, right? I mean, they're saying he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves he's got his wits about him. It's because Grandfather has especially strong willpower. However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up. Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left. If the initial diagnosis was correct, Grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone. It's right for us to worry about him. Lunch started with the family head seat still empty. Let me know if the voices are like too much, guys. I'm trying my butt off, and it's all just kind of like mixing and meshing together into like slop at this point. They're great. Okay. I'll keep going. Thumbs up from Sir Raider. Thank you for the raid again. Good to have you here. Lunch started with the family's head's seat still empty. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old, and the brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Ushiromiya's family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. I know this is like mostly Battler's perspective, from the third-person narration. In fact, it's often in the first person as well. But like, I like giving the narration a bit of... If you guys can't tell, I'm trying to give it a bit of Wayne June flair. You know, like Darkest Dungeon ancestor / narrator. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt that it was that odd anymore. I feel like it's fitting for like the theme of the tone of the game. The overarching tone. What's going on? The Oshiromiya Family Conference was held once every year, on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to Grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. So this meeting literally was a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? Excuse me. As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? Seems like Uncle Hideyoshi is the most successful so far, at least from reading like their character profiles. Russia, her business is shit. Rudolph tends to make his voice heard during the family conference to prevent Kraus from keeping all of their father's wealth for himself. We haven't really learned a lot about like his business ventures, have we? Ava or Ava's. If we have, I don't remember. She served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business, guiding them to success. She is quick-thinking and well-trusted by her husband. Okay. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently it used to be a very serious family meeting, where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, more or less, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling Grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, "while the demon is not around, everyone can relax," comes to mind. I feel like he's like literally no shit possessed by a demon. Since like his demeanor seems to just like at the flick of a switch just flip flop on itself. I bet he might be like no shit possessed, or like maybe Beatrice the witch is possessing him. I don't know. Assuming she's real. Calm down, Unk. Or maybe he's just loony from all the like weird like green like lime green glowing liquor he drinks. Me taking a drink out of my overly suspicious and strangely glowing beverage. The comically evil beverage. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. Isn't it a valid crash out given his kids are all assholes according to him? Thank you for the hydrate, cuz keeping my throat nice and slicked up so that these voices don't kill me. Isn't it a valid crash out giving his kids are all assholes according to him? Yeah, honestly. When you're basically on your deathbed and your whole family is more or less a failure and I don't know, they seem to be doing well for themselves according to their profiles at least. But yeah, if they're all just like piranhas waiting for him to fall into the water so they can just fucking gobble up his inheritance, I'd be a little upset too. Like maybe you should just love your dad because he's your dad or something. But at the end of the day, it's probably the way that he treated and raised them that makes them behave this way. So who can he really blame but himself? somehow translated that ramble into the burden of a parent. The viewpoint could be true too. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, who's like what I'm saying is, from what it looks like, he seems to be very strict and very, I'm not gonna say unfatherly, but like he seems to be a strict instructor. Just from even just from the way that these conferences are described, like he seems almost more like the head of their business than the head of the family, you know? So he kind of raised his own little fucking cutthroat like sharks, in my opinion. So, Jessica's father, whose face I hadn't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle Kanji. This name sure is easy to read. Shiromio Kraus, his first child. As the oldest of the 4 siblings, he leads the family conference. However, the other siblings think he is trying to get all the inheritance for himself, and this further strains the tensions between them. He's a real estate investor and has put a lot of money into development of the resort. However, his results have been harshly criticized. Unlucky. They did just say that the conference is for borrowing money and business reports and all that. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm saying. Kraus. I don't recognize any of these characters. Except for this little, like... I learned it as a plant radical. Now that we've gotten used to this string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. So Kraus, because this is like the little, like crossbeam that appears in Hana. First is warehouse, his second is IDK. Furausu. Furausu. It even starts to sound kinda cool. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat to children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsuhi. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling and was despised by all the other siblings. Though, despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well. Even if the relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago, the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposefully faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the opposite end from Kraus and the others. The very last seat of the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kiri-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him. But it seems he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man named Nanjo. Ah. Nanjo's attending physician and longtime friend. Once ran a hospital on Nijima, but he turned it over to his son, and now enjoys his old age in peace. The gang's all here. We filled up the whole board. There's an empty spot here, but I'm sure no one goes there. Now that Kinzo's constant suspicion has reached extraordinary heights, Nanjo is one of the very few people he trusts. Thanks to Nanjo's big-hearted nature, he's been able to continue his friendship with Kinzo despite the latter's tendency to fly into rage at the slightest provocation. We're also missing Maria's dad. Poor baby. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed on this island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, but with his love of all things Western. Nanjo's probably the only person who could enter Rokkenjima, despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to this discussion between Kiri and the other woman, who sat near to him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it'd be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but consider how rich grandfather is. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid. And it'll lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. Dost thou know? There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at the family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that incipience chair is Ushiromiya Kinzo. It really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something, I'd totally freak out. Kin. I know that kanji. Hello, Golden Jude. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. First one is metal? Yes, I'm aware. Kin, or kane, I believe. Which is used in the word okana, which is money. Kin. What's gold? I know gold is very, very similar, isn't it? Gold. Oh, yeah. Ogin. Ogin. Okay. Yellow metal. Okay. Ogon. Okay. Gon is the onyami, I take it, of kin. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down. Hello. Hello, Alicia. How are you doing today? Welcome in. So nice to see you. Seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. We are reading Umineko, because Limbus Company got me hooked on visual novels. You can't really tell Grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event before the Showa era from 1926 to 1989. Doing good, how about you? I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. It's a lovely, lovely Monday afternoon. It's a little cloudy, but not raining, unfortunately. I kind of would have liked it if it was raining. And yeah, we're just hanging out. We're having fun, trying to elucidate on what's going on in this visual novel, because apparently there's a lot of mystique and mystery. So I'm just trying to theorize as much as I can before like anything crazy happens, because we haven't even gotten to like the meat and potatoes of like the big murder or something. Like something happens. Someone gets killed or something. That's all I know. But it hasn't even happened yet. And I don't know who gets killed. I honestly thought that Kinzo would be dead already. Like we'd find him dead in his study, like stabbed in the heart. But maybe that would be too obvious. Until the Meiji and Taisho eras, Yoshiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Unk is unk. Incidentally, Grandfather was a member of a branch family, and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Unk is unk. I feel like you're getting at that he's not the one that's even gonna die in the first place. I'm really just curious, like, what even is supposed to happen at this point. Like, maybe a sibling gets killed, and you know, there would be some obvious motive there, like, oh, one of the siblings might have killed one of their siblings, because they didn't want to like divvy up the inheritance. Shit, maybe even one of the grandchildren gets killed. That would be awful. That would be awful. Maybe a servant gets killed. I don't know. It's kind of up in the air now. Like I was almost certain that it'd be Kinzo. But you're like being just nebulous enough, Buckley, that I'm like, you know, maybe it'll be someone else that dies. Grandfather was a member of a branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he had hardly any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taisho 12, 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. It's going to be a happy family conference. There's no need to think hard about any of this. Yeah, I should just shut up and let things happen with a smile on my face. It's episode 1. Nothing crazy is going on. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire. The Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. I will not be disarmed by the game's opening text. It's not happening. I will tweak about every single little detail I notice. So once they started trying to figure out who the successor to the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo in his branch family. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as good fortune, so great that it overturned fate. Interesting. With that, Grandfather's boring everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when Grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he'd built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. It was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought Grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. However, after several miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of, he was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Yeah, this would be around, like, World War II, huh? Before the manor got built, even. Grandfather, in a twinkle of an eye, began succeeding the business under the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. To be after the war, at least, that is to say. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. Okay, so 1950. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning, when he started investing his money. The history books make it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off the emergency demands during the Korean War. That isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, Grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure this all happened during the year Showa 25, 1950 or so. Yep. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taisho 13, 1924, so... This means Grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level higher than it had ever been before. Excuse me. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara. Posture check? Hi, Endo. I'm not gonna I'm curled up into a ball. You got me. I was going so strong all stream. Yeah. And hydrate, thank you, Ellie. Voices are killing me. Water's keeping me going though. Damn, he's good. Oh, Kinzo? Yeah. Yeah, he's crazy. It's almost like he made a deal with the devil or something. You'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara, but for some reason he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something you can ordinarily do today. However, Grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. What is a GHQ? Is that like governmental headquarters or something? He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. Great Allied headquarters. Yeah, my history is not that good in this time period. Like outside of the Korean War in particular that I read about a little bit. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. So when America was managing Japan after the war, right. It's a good base of operations to have for Korea. I don't like talking about that war though. From what I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune and his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact, Grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he could realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. Yeah, private beach would be banger. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder. The thing that annoyed me most, okay, this is a big aside, but like, when I went to the beach on vacation, I really get annoyed by like people like with like music speakers, like blasting music really loud. It's like I'm just sitting there like trying to enjoy the atmosphere of the beach, like the wind, the waves, the seagulls, when they cry, and like there's just some guy like 20 feet away from me like blasting Bad Bunny on his boombox. Yeah, a private beach is definitely a dream to have. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry, and was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. I'll just buy an island when I'm a billionaire? Hey, same dude. Frickin' same. Well, he's just that incredible. The kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that is how they're portrayed after the fact. But grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying that he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island, where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck, while reviving his family, cause him to feel a mysterious power in himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased, but there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out, thinking, it's disgusting, I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles with both opportunities and risks. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salaryman. If that happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere, happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this, more like at a table in some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. Unk. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch. No, I'm hungry. I actually didn't even have a small breakfast. I'm just hungry already. I'm already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer. Goda-san's an excellent chef. Plus, these fish were caught in the adjacent seas, weren't they? No. Freshly caught fish? Ooh, I would kill for that, dude. Hey, quit it, battler. Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. You say that even though you love those cheap pubs. I've eaten at many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them. I'd be willing to bet Goda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles. Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel he used to work at, with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was. Hydrate and posture check. I'll drink to that. My back is straight. Thank you for checking up on me. I have not slumped down yet. I'm just gonna quickly, real quick stretch though, just because I'm feeling a bit extra taut today. In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire. Goda-san. At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile. The world is a difficult place. However, thanks to the Madame, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again, this time for the Yoshido-miya family. Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please a limited number of those who have employed me. All this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the Madame. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Aunt Natsuhi. That's because you were the most talented of the applicants. The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, so there's no need to thank me. Dang, why does Aunt Natsuhi always have to sound so indifferent? If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart. Please, excuse us. Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Oh, I'm so hungry. Goda-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us all. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. Natsuhi nerd emoji. Actually, the decision was purely objective, so don't even, like, take it as a personal compliment or anything. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food, but as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling, "More!" I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. You know what? You know what, guys? I have some pie in the fridge. I haven't eaten lunch yet, but I want dessert now. I have some apple pie in the fridge, and I'm going to destroy that pie. Yeah, here in 15 minutes when the ads play, I'll go grab a slice or something, or maybe 2 or 3 or just half the pie. Gonna hydrate. I'll drink some water. I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, Now, it's okay. Maria's just like me. Ooh, this part's sour! This part's sour! Adler, this one's no good. Ooh, Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces. What, some are good and some bad? Okay, I'll give it a go. Apparently, one sauce was sweet and the other sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Well, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us. Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Shannon-chan hesitated. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? While Aunt Natsuhi made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache, Kumasawa-san, who was setting the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle. Kumasawa-san, Shannon is stupid. Yes, but she's cute, so her being stupid makes her even more cute. Oh, what do you think we made it out of? Oh, it'll shock you. Huh? I don't have a clue. Distilled eagle. Distilled seagull. Wait a sec. Kumasawa-ba-san. That last's pretty creepy. So what is it? Oh, don't tell anyone, okay? Listen very carefully. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. So that's why they were missing. Exactly. Jessica, George, and Nikki, and of course Maria also put their ears closer. Ooh, what? What? Quickly! Quickly! You see, the sour part is made from... juice squeezed from a mackerel. What? Mackerel? That's crazy, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely. Ooh? Mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them. When Maria started clamoring that mackerel were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter. Only Aunt Rosa, her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared as shime saba. Now I totally remember. Kurosawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? Shime saba. Vinegared mackerel. Shime saba. Okay. I see the mackerel kanji. It's fish, and there's like yen in it, and I don't know what the top right part of it is. Oh no, that's white? It looks different in my chat than it does on this website. It looks more like yen than what you posted looks like Suki. But literally just like that one like part of the kanji, I mean. Chinese font possibly? I think I remember her tricking me too in all sorts of ways when I was young. Or we're looking at different kanji altogether. It might be. Hold on. No, it's just the font. When I copy paste it into Jisho, it shows up like the little radical is N and not Suki. Like let me take a screenshot of this. Let's see, MS Paint. A little aside to discuss kanji, because I like doing this. Be careful not to use the Chinese font in anything. I guess I need to update my settings, huh? Window capture? Paint? That is not MS Paint. It's very bugged. Okay, well, fuck it. Yeah, look at the. I'll just take a screenshot and put it up on the screen for the difference in what Saba looks like on Jisho and in my chat. Saba. Saba. Here. You have the fish kanji, which becomes a radical. It's a. Your chat is running the Chinese font. Okay, I don't know how to fix that, but it probably shouldn't be too big a deal. For the time being, at least. Shouldn't matter because it's not like you're engaging with Japanese people, lol. No. Not yet, at least. I'm not engaging with Japanese people yet. Soon. Soon my stream will be open to English speakers and Nihongo speakers. And also Spanish is okay. If you guys speak Spanish, Spanish is okay. Just because I want to practice my Spanish as well. But generally you install JP fonts or you switch languages or whatever. The most lethal has got to be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're kikurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I? Kumasawa-ba-chan, you sure haven't changed. You know Maria's gonna believe it now, right? Oh, it's just a joke. Now Goda-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? My Kumasawa-san voice is so tiny. Goda looked a little put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us. Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert. After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style. The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very garden. Sauce is a combination of 2 reds, strawberry and rose hips. Please enjoy this mixture of the strawberry sweetness and the rose hips sourness. Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat. With that said, please enjoy. Oh man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Goda-san elaborated on the details of this dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. So hungry. I'm gonna eat so much pie. No, I might grab the steak too and just scarf it down. I bet I can eat some steak and the pie in 3 minutes if I eat fast enough. Chicken sandwich. I could go for one of those too. I'm so fat, dude. I'm such a fatty, fat McFatty. It's insane. Seriously, should you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning. But taking the hint when we all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. Fatty, fat, Scout, Team Fortress 2. For real. I eat your sandwiches! I eat them up! Nice hustle. Nice hustle, tons of fun. Next time eat a salad. Nice hustle, tons of fun. Next time eat a salad. The combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. It was just sweet. You'd get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reach the sour sauce at that point, you'd get a really vivid taste. And then, once you return to the sweet sauce, all of the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. Interesting. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste and his presentation. How is it, madame? Splendid, as always. It is worthy of entertaining our guests. I am most grateful for your words. Madame, did you know? I've heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches. I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared. Is that so? Thank you. See, didn't I tell you, Natsuhine-san? Rosehip is great for headaches. So it seems. I do hope it actually helps. Ha! Goda-san, I love ya. Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating ya? Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like. Having your talent confined to this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture. Well, what'd you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all our customers? Hideyoshi-san, are you trying to steal away our Goda? No, that won't do at all. We'd better start treating Goda better, or he'll get snatched up. Feminine giggle? Yes, you really should. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him, and you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa-style mackerel cooking a day, won't you? Won't you? Oh, that's harsh. Well, it seems someone's holding a grudge against me. I made Yoshi Wario. I don't know if you were here by the time I did that, but I don't know, it just kind of happened. Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious Holy shit. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter, and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent it on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory. Mackerel nuke. In that case, if you'll excuse me, prepare yourself for tonight's dinner. I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for you all, so you'd better look forward to it. We sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up from tonight's shimesawa. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake. Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rokkanjima's famous mackerel shochu? Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had totally been stolen, explain in a serious voice that we would be having calf steak for dinner. Ooh. Baby cow. Little cruel of a dish, but I bet it tastes so good. Kumasawa-san, thanks for doing that back there. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply. Oh, I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa-san may have played dumb. She had obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. Why is the maid such a baddie, though? True. She's very pretty. There may have been... Oh yeah, and Shannon looks alright too, I guess. I'm sorry. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. Okay, that was a good one. Thank you. I'll be here all week, folks. Okay, I'm gonna go get some pie. Pie time. We're back. We're back. They call him the Hag Hunter. The Hag Whisperer. I'm so irresponsible. I got a big hunk of pie before I ate lunch. Fuck it. Fuck it. I deserve this pie today. This is my treat for all the all the reading I've been doing. I'm sipping on Fanta. Peek. It's an apple pie with caramel. This is divine, dude. This tastes so good. Alright, I'm just gonna take a few more moments. I want to savor this pie, you know? Like, I want to smash it quickly so I can get back to reading, but, like, this is a really, really tasty pie. I'm a big pie guy, you know? I don't know about you guys, but I think pie is way, way better, way tastier than cake. Usually. It depends on the pie and it depends on the cake, but normally I will go for pie over cake. Alright. Hope you guys are doing well as well. Make sure you guys are sipping on some water. Make sure you have some food in your belly. You know, get your popcorn, get your licorice, all that good stuff. And buckle in, because we're gonna be reading a little bit more. I love the apple slices in this. You know what kind of pie I would kill for right now? Toriel's butterscotch cinnamon pie. That sounds so good right now. Hydrate? You know, I actually forgot to refill my water cup. But I have some lemonade. So I'll hydrate with lemonade. I'll probably have to go refill it soon because, you know, reading, lol. I should probably just get more water, like, right now before I start, shouldn't I? Alright, let me finish this pie up. I'd love some strawberry cake right now. Strawberry shortcake is really good. Strawberry shortcake is one of the contenders, you know, one of the big contenders against pie for me. That shit is so good, especially if it's, like, prepared really well. And cheesecake, too. I'm a big fan of cheesecake, although, honestly, cheesecake is kind of more like a pie than a cake in the first place, don't you think? I mean, it has a crust. Right? Like... It's called cheesecake, but functionally, it is a pie. Is cheesecake a pie? It is actually most similar to a custard. Okay. It's custard filling within a crust. I mean that's pie, right? It's called cheesecake, but there's no cheese. Well, it's like cream cheese. Isn't it? A custard pie. What about key lime pie? It's functionally cheesecake still. It's basically it's more of a custard than a pie. I love key lime pie, by the way. I kind of wish I had some key lime pie right now, but the apple pie is gonna do just fine, I suppose. Oh, well, I'll get some water and then we'll jump back into it. Okay. If you saw my model jittering out, I think it's because of my fan. When I set my mic down, sometimes it goes in front of my fan and like the wind like activates my mic sometimes. I also got some chips. I got some chips and salsa to munch on because I am still hungry after eating that pie slice. Alright, I'm doing nothing but reading. I can't really eat and read at the same time. Alright, the chips are going away. Oh. Only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake like Goda. Her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue. I just heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shifts. I believe you were given a break until this evening. Oh, I'm jealous. Huh? Oh, sorry, I haven't checked the shift chart yet. Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I would be happy if you would help out a bit before your break. Yes. I would be delighted to help. Shannon Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently they'd prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had bought for Aunt Natsuhi. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told us children to go play outside. Battler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk outside? Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something. But keep a close eye on the weather. The sky's still clear, but the weather report kept on talking about rain. Ooh, I want to go to the beach! The beach! Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on a sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it? Good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then. Ooh, let's go! Let's go! Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Or your shoes. Ooh, won't get wet. Feminine giggle. That obedience is so cute. Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye out on Maria-chan, okay? Sure, leave it to me. Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself, listening to Kitty like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change? Hell no. Let's go, everyone. Come on. The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a serving cart in and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst. Ha ha ha. Rudolph's family certainly seems close. It's a wonderful thing. Oh, quit it. We're no match for your family, Aniki. That's true. You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talents at education and training, Natsuhi-ne-san. Thank you. Natsuhi answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture. Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever, but they start getting huge all of a sudden, and then they're adults like us. Rattler-kun looks like a completely different person now. His body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid. You could say the same about my husband. I wonder where the border between child and adult is. I still don't feel as though I've grown up. Isn't that pitiful? I think they're being ironic here? What do you mean? That's not something the mother of a child should say. That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now. So I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level rather than an emotional one. Like when Eva complimented Natsuhi regarding Jessica? Is that so? Jessica is all foul-mouthed and shit. Lamau. When Ava smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. It felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed at the window. Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations. It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark. Just as it always has. Oh, what is it you've always endeavored to do? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago. Right, Rosa? Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that whether she agreed or disagreed, she'd earn the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of a worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest. Oh, quit it, Aneki. We'd better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around. Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh and some let a small look of resignation cross their face. They were approaching their unavoidable, true agenda. Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months, which I guess means he's got negative 9 months left now. Should we take that to mean it might suddenly happen at any time? Family Head is still alive and well. The fact that you bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san. Still, Natsuhi-san, this is the sort of thing you can't put off until something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this while we've still got time to plan. It's just a bit of a financial etiquette, you might say. It seems Father is the focus of everyone's concern. Adding some venom to Krause's voice. Dr. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you? That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all. That was me trying to slip some muscle man in there, but honestly, I like this. This works. Anjo, who had been standing by the window and staring at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called. Dr. Nanjo, how is Father's condition? Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision. Since my estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out. No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right?
That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away. A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, the effects of one's condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state.
So, you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited?
Giddy, sorry, but please stay quiet for a bit.
I'm sorry.
That is correct. Kinzer-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health.
I'm gonna go have a good rest of your stream. Hey, take it easy, Uprising. Thanks for hanging out with me as long as you did. I know you don't like visual novels. Enjoy the rest of your evening, good sir.
This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake of such strong alcohol.
So he's in a crisis now because he drinks. And maybe he's lived long this long because he drinks. There's Dad for you, the heavy drinker. Oh, well then, Doctor. I know you can't give anything more than a prediction. But what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year? That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head. Natsuhi jumped on Eva, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
Natsuhi-san, forgive her. Eva, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay?
I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about Father's condition. Feminine giggle. Is that so? I hadn't realized.
Dr. Nanjo, please tell us. For the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan.
Klaus laughed sarcastically. And Eva, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle. The ever-so-lovely Ushiromiya siblings worried about their beloved dad's condition. So warm-hearted and wholesome of them.
You ask whether he will be healthy next year. But as a doctor, it is very hard to say. Because while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while, if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do. After all, Rakenjima is a solitary island. It is not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in to save him. Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but
Father stated that he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year. Apparently, he strongly suspects he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside. And that's how things are now. Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him? Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when in one of his better moods.
I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen. I've really only been able to look. It's true, some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle!
I really flanderized Hideyoshi's voice. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless.
So, to sum it up, he's still expected to live 3 months. There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge.
Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words?
Sorry. I've always talked this way.
Give me a break. Give me a break. I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it. What about you, Klaus-Nisan?
To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he only has 3 months left to live.
His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me. Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair. In the next world, get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track. So, in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go anytime. No offense to you, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in his field. Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets. Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen, right? 10 billion yen, right? But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash. It's not as simple as simply cutting a birthday cake with a knife. That's an interesting way to put it. That's right. You sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cleanly cut it into equal parts. Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how best to stick the knife in? Oof. Not the best metaphor. I cannot understand how you all can openly discuss this, as though the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. Come now, don't you see how important this is? After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Moreover, the glorious Ushiromiya's house's wealth is vast. Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand? And there's a huge difference between this family's resource and your family's wealth. Rude! My birth family has nothing to do with this. Asuhi responded indignantly, in a low voice. Okay, my bad. My birth family has nothing to do with this. In a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile. Still. Thank you for the hydrate, Kev. Oh. Yeah, I needed that. Ava seems to be a little rude. Yes, this has been established. But, like, even in the context of her being, like, a sarcastic bitch, she is a little rude.
Oh, give it a rest, Ava. Natsuhi-san, forgive us. Pardon her rudeness.
Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Ava and Natsuhi more intense.
It seems I'll get in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me.
Anja rose from his seat and exited the parlor, trying to give him like a grumbly, slightly pudgy old man voice, like mumble. To an outsider, you can click on new images to take a look at the weird alternate sprites at any time. I think they look horrid personally. There's like some give and take, I think. Like, Uncle Hideyoshi, like, holy shit, what did they do to him? Ava-san? Oof. I gotta say, she fucking, like, glows up hard. Like, I already, like, was kind of down bad for her. Like, I am, like, really down bad for her new sprite, honestly. I legitimately think it's just, like, the little wrinkles under her eyes. Anyways, Rudolph, like, starts looking like a fucking, like, mob boss. We're down bad for Kumasawa? So true. The ultimate Umineko hag. Canon, yeah, like, most of them, from the looks of it, poor Maria. Holy shit. I think she draws the shortest stick, like, actually. Maria is tiny in the new sprite. She is. She's a lot smaller. Well, I think she's just, like, shifted up. Like, her legs are down there and her feet go like outside of my screen, but in the original her feet are all the way up here. It's not good. She does not look as cute. And Nanjo looks about the same, honestly. Ooh, ooh. Okay, all the wives, they're they're hitting a particular weak spot for me. I'm not gonna lie. But then again, they kind of hit a weak spot for me with their old sprites anyways, so I just like women. Women are very cool, I think. Rosa's new sprite looks alright. Which one's Rosa again? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. Anyways, back to Soul with a V. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Klaus recrossed his legs. I wish women I wish they were real. I love Umineko and Limbus Company so much. I wish girls were real. In other words, this is what you all would like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance. Why are you so eager, I wonder? Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiromiya's family wealth is no simple task. In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations? It seems to me that you are all impatient to split up the cake tonight. Tonight? Isn't that true, Rosa? What reason is there to be hasty? We aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings. It doesn't matter when we do that, but if the day Father's condition worsens is approaching, discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me. Rosa shot a glance at Eva. Excuse me. At Eva and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the elders. Oh? Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that. I wonder if those two told you to say it. Quit it, Aniki. Russ is one of Dad's kids, too. She's got as much right to his inheritance as the rest of us. It's only natural she'd be interested. After all, Dad will definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future. On the contrary, Aniki, you're way too relaxed. It almost seems like you like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the inheritance issue. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to accuse my husband of something? Now, calm down, Natsuhi-san. Listen to what we have to say. Nissan, I hear the times have been extremely good lately. Yes, since last year, we've been in an unprecedented boom, and the yen keeps on rising. It seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. Also, the ruling party says that it'll establish health resort maintenance law by next year. How much is a dollar right now? The yen has fucking cratered since then, hasn't it? The N? USD to N. 1 US dollar equals 147 Japanese yen. This is bubble era Japan, so the yen was strong. Sorry, I completely lost my window. At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about trying to gather as much funding as they can. You certainly seem to know a lot about it. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. It'll be a repeat of the Korean War demands, a time during which Father revived the Ushiromiya family. People of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth, and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity. We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on that fact. Klaus's voice is like actively evolving. I'm still kind of like giving the characters a feel, honestly. The three kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs. The people need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools, resort hotels, and theme parks. They've gone to Disneyland, which opened just a few years ago. What an excellent theme park. It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family. No longer do we count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families. We have become the most prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits.
Kraus-san, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at. When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought I was crazy. But when I heard about the G5 Nations Plaza Accord, that all changed. The yen shot up, and I'll bet the price of land skyrockets soon too. It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world. You've got a great sense of the direction the world's moving in, Kraus-san. At least there can be no debate about that.
I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san. And Iki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you got that keen sense from Dad. It's incredible. However, unlike Dad... Oh, shit. Nissan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon see a boom, but almost all of them continue to fail. While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread the timing of that boom. Kraus, you're amazing. Just give us money already. We're too early. You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. Your nose was really so reliable, then there should be no reason to sell off your property. Does this prove that you mistrust your own ability? How rude. Are you trying to insult my husband? Natsuki's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Eva, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Brausu, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsuki to sit down. He stopped Natsuki. Ava's always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little or your headache will get worse. There's proof of your lack of your talent right next to us. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort? You built a wonderful resort hotel and beautifully maintained the garden. I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand, but you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right? And what is that to you? My husband's business is none of yours. Actually, that's not true, Natsuki-san. Rokkenjima does not belong to Aniki. It belongs to Dad. Of course, the hotel belongs to Aniki, right? In fact, we'd be more than willing to pay lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa? Well, what I have on hand will suffice. If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up. We can expect a large harvest in the future. When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not? I understand that. If the value of this island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance. Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts. You just resolve the matter with money equal to the value of the property. If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied? We aren't dissatisfied, we're uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel? Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right? That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can keep it locked up until the moment you open it. You can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while. Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Right, Rosa? That's right. Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it will become quite popular once you open it. Oh, so the hotel you keep talking about is a guest house. It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular. Lodging they had been guided to wasn't Excuse me. The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening. Nissan is just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then it always becomes unmaintainable partway through and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit. You were brilliant when you saw that using this island only as a place to live was a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospect of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers. If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit off this island. But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still haven't had the opportunity to open it. Where's the managing company you entrusted it to? Impertinence! That is not my husband's fault. There has just been some trouble with the company that my husband contracted with. No matter how you look at it, we are victims here.
And yet, the rumors we've heard about this company you hired haven't been good at all.
Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight? We even have evidence. I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the tourism industry, it's necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people. It is also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It's merely taken us some time to meet that goal. I'll admit that, in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs. It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant. Liar. Atsuhi is so hot, so she's probably right. So true, Queen. Keep on talking. I bet you want to liquidate it, but can't. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated, empty island without any established sightseeing routes. And anyway, what about all the loans you made for this project?
Even if you aren't including maintenance costs, the borrowed money that you can't return just keeps growing. Sorry, Kraus-san, but I've investigated the development plan for this island a bit. To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either.
Hideyoshi-san, I can sense how you might be left with that impression by looking only at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment. I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken. And that up until now, several liabilities have been created. All people do no wrong, they can never be wrong. Posture check. You won't believe like how recently I just slumped down in my chair and brought my knees up to my chest because it's comfortable. You actually like read my mind almost perfectly. Okay, let me straighten out. Excuse me. Ay. However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I have lost up to this point. No, actually, all of the investments I have made until now will finally return to my possession. Thank you for the hydrate, Kez. That's right. Just like throwing away a small fry to catch a salmon, they'll come back even bigger than before.
I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long, though I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all your debt. However, Kraus-san, after all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about. You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you dug.
What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san?
Ah, Natsuhi-san, please don't get angry. we looked into this too. We checked to see who might have provided Kraus-san with enough financing to support his recent large-scale projects, despite his string of failures.
And we discovered that no such backer exists. The iron rule of the money roulette is that you bet against the loser. Aniki, you're a fairly well-known loser in this field. It's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we looked for people who consider that enough to overlook your string of failures, and also had enough for the investment, we found no candidates. So, the big question now, is where you got that money from. Oh. You simply got bad RNG and bad jokers, or however Belatra jargon goes. Yeah, bad shops. bad shops. He couldn't find his build connector pieces. He was doing a high card run and he found no barons or mines. Now isn't this intriguing? And dear, how long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand? Sit down, Natsuhi-san. Let's cut to the point. Aniki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses. There's pretty much no room for doubt. If you think we've made some kind of mistake, please feel free to explain. Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted. This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated. How can you face a successor to the Yoshinomiya head family and level these absurd accusations? One thing I've noticed, I just noticed this. This is not really related, but I guess that's like the Ushinomiya family's insignia. Most servants wear it on their clothes. Shannon has a tattoo. Shannon and Ava have tattoos of the family insignia. I don't know, it's something like it's very and her skirt in her sprite is pulled up to reveal it. It has to be meaningful some way. They love it that much. Aren't absurd. They're right on the mark. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debts keep getting bigger. He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. They tattooed their job's logo since they love it. You know what we say? Get even or get even worse. It's only natural that he'd try to grab any source of funding close at hand. Let me be frank. Nissan, what you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying father. You know that we'll have the court settle this after it's all over, right? Think that kind of person has any right to call themselves a successor to the Ushinomiya head family? Of all the... You dare to claim that he has betrayed the family head? You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushinomiya family. Leave this place at once. Now! Get out! Atsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Ava in her rage. She then pointed alternatively at Ava and the hallway, demanding that she leave. Ava took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped. Hey, Natsuhi-san, Nesan, to whom do you think you're speaking in such a tone? I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband. As a person in charge of this main family's kitchen, I cannot overlook any more of this. In charge of the kitchen? Be silent, lowly maidservant! Ava folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive. How foolish! You stand down. For Ava of the Ushinomiya family. You tell me to stand down? Me, Yoshinomiya Ava, the third ranked in the Yoshinomiya family hierarchy and the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head. Know your place, and then look at your shabby self in a mirror. Where is the symbol of the wing on your clothes? Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle? Aren't you nothing more than a borrowed womb to house the next successor to the Ushinomiya family? Understand your place, you common housemaid. Ava's face twisted hideously as words gouged into Natsuhi's heart like talons, wrenching at it. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go, It became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down. What's wrong? If you have something to say, please do so. Come on. Ava faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fists quivering. Klaus quietly broke that powder keg's tension. Natsuhi, leave your seat. You should go cool your head. What? Natsuhi, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack. Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are baselessly calling you a traitor to father. They're making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Ushiromiya family, even though we're constantly expending effort to earn that glory. They trample all of that underfoot with their hateful rambling. You don't even try to fight back. Why? I'm only standing up for us because you won't, because you've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now. And now you tell me to go cool my head? It's always me! Even though I always consider this family's affairs so seriously, you... Natsuki was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the surrounded footsteps grew distant, and the silence returned, Klaus shrugged his shoulders slightly. I apologize for my wife. She's always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's even been rough for me. If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nissan. Mocking feminine giggle. I think the one apologizing here should have been Eva, but okay. I take it that's just how seriously they take hierarchy in the household. Crying noises. Oh, Madame. It's nothing. Leave me be. Natsuhi flew into her room and threw herself onto her bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway. Poor Madame Natsuhi. There's a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama. Explaining their relationship would be very trying for me as a woman. Ushiromiya family holds blood in high regard, but if a woman marries and leaves the family, they are normally removed from the family register. Thus, under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama. However, there is no one deserving of blame in this matter. Madame certainly bears no guilt. There's nothing to call it other than a whim of God. Karao-sama and Natsuhi-sama were not blessed with children for some time. After all, this is the male-dominant Ushiromiya family. A wife is merely a tool to create an heir. If such a wife cannot fulfill her only duty, she will not even be treated as a human. It pains me to remember how the master tortured Madame during that time. Back then, a wedding between Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama was being discussed. Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madame's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master. She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register. There is a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madame, married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated like an outsider, and Eva-sama, who was related to the family by blood, and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya name. Furthermore, Eva-sama actually gave birth first, and to a boy. As for how much weaker Madame's position was than Eva-sama's, well, I believe you could see for yourself. I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought that, if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage. And Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today. However, that was not Madame's fault. All of the blame lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica late. Even so, Madame wouldn't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman, at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife. Sad. I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows. Ooh-wee. Time reversed a bit. Oh, the clock is actually literal. Okay. I honestly didn't realize the clock was literally showing the time that's taking place. Okay, it's showing the kids right after they left the room. That makes sense. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. So, let's pause here. What did we learn from the last sequence? We learned, just to like process everything, Klaus is very likely embezzling father's funds, Kinzo-sama's funds. Hydrate? Thank you. Yeah, I actually need a sip of water after that. I don't know if my voice is like starting to falter at this point, but it's probably at least a little noticeable. So Kraus is probably embezzling Kinzo-sama's funds. Eva and Natsuhi fucking hate each other, and Eva gets to like wipe the floor with Natsuhi's face because of the way hierarchy works. Lol. Rudolph and Rosa are both very interested in discussing the fortune. Uncle Hideyoshi, the whole time he was kind of a diffusing factor, but he was still siding with Rudolph's son and Ava's son. And then Kiryu was just kind of there. Rudolph was like, "Shut up, bitch," and she's like, "Okay." And then she didn't really say anything for the rest of the scene. I laughed when I read that too. More like our eyes were inexorably drawn to the portrait. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot. So this is the witch, Beatrice. Wonder if that story's true. Who? Badler doesn't believe? Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Badler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Badler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Badler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate. Sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you said, Maria. Ooh, Badler believes. Ooh. When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly oohing. What's this? My beloved witch Beatrice. Behold the sweet fish river. What's with this weird huge epitaph? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you. Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that made. Pretty deep, huh? Ooh, I know. It's the place where the gold's hidden. Wait, is it that story about the Ushiromiya's family's hidden gold? Now, there's another thing I remember from long ago. Hold on, Aniki. Is this for real? Grandfather had this made, but he never said anything about this picture or the epitaph. And so, amongst the family, it's often whispered that it indicates the location of Grandfather's hidden gold. And that he will relinquish the inheritance and the gold to the person who solves the riddle. Ooh, I heard that too. Lots and lots of gold. Well, something like that. Is this the riddle you were telling me about, Strange Fella? Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars. I think it's fake, though. Still, when you read about it in an epitaph like this, it almost seems real. I think I already explained the grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Yoshiromiya family's legend of the gold. Grandfather succeeded the Yoshiromiya family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake. By successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. Not much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low, but... well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, grandfather correctly predicted the future would hold, and won in a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. There's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Yeah, before we jump into this funding, I need to friggin' stretch out, because my back hurts. My back hurty big time. I'll be back in a few. Back. I am gonna read while standing. His back hurty from chair. So, a mysterious legend about how Kinzo-sama gained his funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained anyone's trust. It takes trust to gather money. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. How did grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? When asked that question, grandfather supposedly answered like this. On a certain day, I encountered the golden witch, Beatrice. Grandfather then went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And the entity summoned as a result of the demon-calling ceremony was the golden witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted Grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revive the Yoshiromiya family. It seemed this story is so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. So back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold Grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, as there was danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, Grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest and approaching it was forbidden. I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went all over the island searching for treasure after our parents told us about it. Didn't we get lost in the forest once, then start crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents got so mad. Dang, that takes me back. We sure were idiots, weren't we? After all, Grandfather only bought this island after using those funds to get rich, right? That means he must have had the gold before coming here. There's no way the gold's on this island. That's not necessarily so. Actually, maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to ensure that it'd be his and his alone. There was a whole 10 metric tons of it, right? It seems more realistic that he tried to secure the place where it was hidden, rather than try to move it at all. Okay, shut up, Eugene. This epitaph was made 2 years ago, and since Grandfather wrote it himself, yeah, it does make the legend of the gold seem more believable. The so-called witch's gold that revived the Yoshiromiya family weighed 10 tons. Maybe that's sleeping somewhere, ready to be turned over to whoever can solve Grandfather's riddle. Maybe that's why he did it. I guess it sounds like Grandfather's style or something. If it's true, that's pretty incredible. The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious. It's something like a poem or a song written on it. The text was incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of Grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste, but it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold. Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't imagine what his true motive might have been. All we know for sure is that Grandfather put this shady epitaph here so that everyone in the family could see it. We also know that he's hinted at the existence of the gold, without ever talking about where it might be hidden, or at least so far. These facts then were embellished by the imaginations of our parents. On everybody's soul, we are solving it. Real. We're convinced that Grandfather was challenging us to a battle of wits. Sounds just like my dad. So greedy that he takes something like this so seriously. He may laugh at Grandfather's black magic obsession, but he'd still believe the story about the hidden gold. It just sounds so good. Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At that time, when Grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone would just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free. If such a person actually did exist, it's not unthinkable that Grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch. Yeah, but it's 10 tons. 10 tons! If you cash that in, how much would it come to? I mean, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right? It certainly would be a ridiculous amount. They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is 100,000 metric tons at most. That's one in 10,000 of all the gold humankind has obtained. Throughout history should belong to just one person is insane. On top of that, this witch supposedly had all that gold collected in one place, and was able to lend it to Father just like that. We're not talking about any ordinary person. Well, to me, that 10 tons number seems pretty fishy. After all, no one's actually seen it except Grandfather, right? Even if we assume that some generous witch existed and lent him some gold, maybe it was closer to 10 kilograms than 10 tons. 10 kilograms than 10 tons. Even 10 kilograms would be a pretty incredible sum, right? 10 kilograms of gold is how much? Maria, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. It was a question I also wanted answered right then. Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold. Well, even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry. You'd also need to pay handling fees to cash it in. However, that doesn't change the fact that it's a precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all of the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current rate. Thank you for the hydrate, Kaz. These voices are killing me. This is definitely the last hour for today. I almost wanted to call it at the end of like the dinner, the parlor, but I felt like I could go for a little bit longer. But yeah, my throat is reaching its expiration for the day. Just guessing haphazardly, I think you could expect a price of about 2 million yen per kilogram. Whoa! Just now I randomly said 10 kilograms since it sounded smaller, but even that would be worth 20 million yen, wouldn't it? I weigh 28 kilograms. Which means that if we had Maria-chan's weight in gold, we could have estimated its worth at over 50 million yen. That's just unbelievable. How much would 10 tons be then? 10 tons be then? 10 kilograms is 20 million yen, which you multiply by 1,000, so, Huh? 20 billion yen? What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? We can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyway, let's say that a person's wages over a lifetime are about 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally freed as you approach old age. Everything including retirement money might add up to about 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made throughout a human's life. No, you could even call it the value of a life. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. If you work from age 20 to 60, that's 40 years of work. So it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. Kind of want some? Hey, let me hold 50. Can you spot me $1,000? If you worked every day starting from the Jomon period, you'd only reach that number about now. Ooh, is 20 billion yen a lot? Heck yeah, it's a lot. Maria, you love shortcake, right? You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life. However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash, I don't think it would be very realistic to have that much in gold bars all in one place. Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, so it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth. Jomon period is the first period of Japanese history. What year is it in English? In BC. Is it even BC? Sure, you can imagine someone gathering their fortune together as incredibly high-value stocks or precious gems. You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so that they could carry it around with them during the chaotic times of the war, between 14,000 BC and 300 BC. Fascinating. But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold. BCE, before Christ's era. It may be heavy, but it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important? For example, bonds are just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under. You can also look at it that way, but even one 10-kilogram ingot is pretty heavy to carry around. Haven't you heard? A 50-kilogram person can't carry a 50-kilogram bag over their shoulder. I've seen it done. With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate. So what you're saying is, while it'd be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen, 20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that practically it'd be kind of pointless? That's right. Although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it, just the part about the 10 tons of gold makes it pretty much impossible. If you think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake. Kind of brings you back down to reality. Actually, that is a very unrealistic amount of gold for any one individual to possess. So, this legend seems very fishy to me. That's grandfather for you. Maybe he exaggerated the story of some kind, wealthy person that gave him a loan by saying he got 10 tons of gold from a witch. Even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic. You mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed is worth 10 tons of gold or something? Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it to grandfather. And maybe he started calling this person a witch. I see. Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her.
Your workforce is about to get bigger. Dwarf inbound.
Dreamliner, welcome in! How are you doing today? Nice to see you. How was your stream? How was your day? What were you playing? I, once again, still haven't set up the bot to stalk people for raiding me. We are in the later stages of today's Umineko read-through because my throat is, I don't know if you can tell, it's the toll has been exacted from 4.5 hours from non-stop reading. Painted some 40k minis. Peak. Actual peak. / shoutout liner 141. Sounds like fun. I like Warhammer a lot. I don't think I'll ever own a mini, but I just like reading about Warhammer for the most part. I still have the first Horus Heresy book. I need to get cracking on one day. Giddy. Well, as always, if you need a raid and run, of course, go ahead and take care of yourself. I know how draining it can be to be streaming for so long, and we'll just keep going. You can own one for free. Just get the mini of the month at your local store. What do you know? But that would require me like leaving my room and stuff, which it's like a freebie a dealer gives you. I'll have to look into it. I'll have to look into it when I feel like leaving my room for anything other than lifting. Don't worry about it. Outside is scary. Yes, it is. So, in other words, this witch lent grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Ushiromiya family, and he owed her big time. And then he felt so grateful that he had that huge painting drawn and displayed. Yeah, it's not that crazy a story. It's not that crazy a story. It's even possible this person was an old granny who looked like a witch. Maybe grandfather idolized her, and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful. I'll bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty. That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western, and if you think about how everyone in our family has Western names,
Maybe even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western.
Thank you for elucidating us, Birdly. I get it, I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture. I guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant... Battler talking. I guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts. In the first place, isn't having a witch pretty bizarre by itself? I forgot he says that. Like, you could find something like that anywhere on Earth. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago. Feared the witch of the forest when Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset. What is it, Maria?
Ooh, Beatrice exists!
Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes.
Witches exist! Witches exist! Ooh.
Well, sure they do exist if you turn the TV on and watch anime or something.
Exist! Witches exist! Ooh!
I started getting impatient, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered, "Dumbass, you're smashing a kid's dream. Maria really believes things like witches and Beatrice exist."
Come to think of it, Maria-chan. In social studies at school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you?
Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. Battler's being kind of a dick. To a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, the existence of Beatrice was proof that witches do exist in this world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired.
Exist! Exist! Witches exist! But Battler still doesn't believe.
Battler is making Maria cry. I think we need to kill him. We should kill Battler. Very interesting in things concerning the occult and black magic. Okay. When I read that, I didn't think... For some reason, I didn't think she's 9 years old and believes in witches.
Ooh. It's okay. Witches do exist. I believe it.
George and Nikki kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. What, you don't believe either? I think the existence is dubious at best. Santa Claus is definitely real. Witches, Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize. Beatrice does exist. Even now, she's living in the forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing. So you shouldn't go into the forest. At night, you mustn't stare into the dark forest. You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice. After all, grandmother said so. Battler sounds like a Santa Claus denier.
Oh, really? Battler really believes?
Yup, I believe. Sorry for doubting it. Come on, let's make up. I stuck out my hand and Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand, and we made up. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George and Nikki and Jessica were relieved. Oh, so this is where all of you were. I was sure you had just left to go to the beach. Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait. Ah, Shannon. Well, this is the first time Battler has seen Beatrice's portrait. He was just fascinated by it. That's right. It certainly is fascinating. Beatrice Sama is truly beautiful. I am sure that she captivated the master.
In addition to the patron theory, there's also a theory that she was grandfather's first love. Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart. Which must mean that he's still captivated by her.
Sheesh. That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, huh? I'm not really sure, but that might actually be true. Apparently, grandmother believed he was cheating on her with some blonde. Ooh, good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon. Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant scent with a touch of vanilla. I apologize. I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to everyone. What is it, I wonder? Oh, excellent. Cookies. Ooh, wanna eat cookies. Wanna eat cookies. Ooh. Please, eat as much as you'd like. We'll send... my cat's like biting wires right now. I will have to spray him with some water. He continues. Please, eat as much as you would like. But, would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this in front of the portrait? Shin and Shen sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, I guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking. No, get out of here. He spit his last wire. Alright. Maria, why don't we eat someplace else? Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic. Ooh, have a picnic, have a picnic! If we can eat cookies, let's go! Yeah, let's get some fresh air. We shouldn't stuff ourselves right in front of the witch. That's right! Didn't we say that we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place? Let's go, let's go. Shannon-chan, sorry, but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flasks of tea? Right, certainly. Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more. Battler, you still don't believe? Nope, I believe. It'd be so much cooler that way. The Golden Witch Beatrice gave grandfather 10 tons of gold. And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere. Did we actually read the riddle, or... is that what the riddle is? Like... no, the epitaph hasn't been read. Okay. That's what I thought. It'll be shown in full soon. Besides, didn't grandfather write that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can? I'd say that kind of adventurous story is way better. How... okay, I'm curious, how long is Umineko? If I'm doing 2, 5-hour streams a day, just reading it, how many weeks would it take me to finish, do you think? 2 5-hour streams a week, I mean. I might have to stream it more than twice a week, if it's, really, really long. Probably give up one of the Limbus days for it, or something. It's very long, but I think you should stream episode 1 to finish, then read the rest on your own, maybe? Why is that? It's a bastard cat again. To bite all my cables. Finish episode 1 and multiply that time by 8. That's how long everything is, since it's 8 episodes. Oh, shit. Yeah... I might, We're about to finish Limbus Company, I think. Not about to finish it, but I think by the time maybe we finish episode 1... it's just a lot of reading. Yeah, by the time I finish the present Kanto in Limbus Company, the most recent Kanto, I mean, I can probably open those days up for Umineko, and then open up these days for the next game I'm gonna play. And we can kind of go through it like that, maybe. I'll deliberate on this. You might be right that, reading it on my own might be more prudent if it's that long, but honestly, I could just keep it as the long... long recurring thing like I'm doing with Limbus right now. Like I've been streaming Limbus for months. Not months. Like at least a month and a half, I think. And I just stream it like twice a day. Twice a week. Alright, 20 billion yen worth of gold, huh? Yeah, I've been streaming Limbus twice a week for a couple weeks now, and I'm about to start Kanto 6 out of the 8 that are accessible right now and released. So I can probably just keep on doing Umineko like that and just, I don't know, think about it in the between. Think about, you know, deliberate on the mysteries and all that. I think actually having set days where I read through it and then like I just kind of let it stew for the rest of the week. How long Umineko takes is how much you want to deliberate over it, really. Yeah, that's true. I kind of like that plan then. I'll think about it some more. 20 billion yen worth of gold, huh? Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money. 5 billion yen for each of us. Incredible. With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper. With question marks, you can solve it. Maybe have a Discord channel for discussion. Not a bad idea. I'm making one right now. There are some new people that joined. Let's see. Umineko Book Club. Call it Rakanjima. Oh, that works too. Rakanjima. I'll put it beneath general. With a description, for the sophisticated users of Morel Chord, to discuss the great mystery of the island of Rakanjima. And back again, homies. Welcome back, Kaz. We've been yapping. Apparently, Umineko is super, super long. So it's probably, once I finish Limbus Company, I've been thinking. Once I finish Limbus Company, I will delegate the Limbus Company days for Umineko instead. Maybe. Alright. In fact, we could live our whole lives fabulously without working at all. Ooh, I don't want 5 billion yen, I want cookies! Cookies! What's the Rakanjima chat? It is the chat to discuss Umineko. Mostly for me to air my thoughts, and then, you know, Strange Fella, who's finished the visual novel already, and, you know, if anyone else wants to join in on this discussion, they can start reading Umineko alongside with me, or they could even read ahead of me, but, like, maybe not, because then it would be harder for you to not, like, spoil things for me. So, you know, I guess for mostly the people that are, like, in my chat right now, and, like, paying attention to the visual novel in any capacity, that are interested in Umineko. I haven't finished it, but the answers have been shown already, so I know the solution for most things now. Okay. Yeah, streaming this twice a week, it would probably take me a really long time to finish. Maria would take cookies over money. Still, 5 billion yen, that's like a dream. Ridiculous. Is it possible that you all truly believe in Father's legend of the gold? So I know the solution for most things right now. Of course we don't believe that story about a witch giving him gold, but there's no mistake about the gold itself. The fact that Father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways. We've heard that before the president of the Marusu Company died, Father showed him a large pile of gold somewhere. Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons worth. Oh, that's just the nonsense of a senile old man. Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story. You can't take it seriously.
Oh, if that gold didn't exist, he couldn't have been able to gather so much funding.
My throat's gone. I can't do the what do you?
Before the president died, he was a person with such a sincere personality that he earned the respect of many in the business world.
Thank you for the hydrate. And I've been keeping my posture in check for the last like 30 minutes. So thanks for checking, but I've actually not been slumping. Um, you know what I should do? I should have a redeem. I'll put this in after the stream. I'll have a redeem for like 100 or 150 to just like get me to stand. Actually, that might be annoying if people spam it. So like maybe I'll make it like 400 or 500 channel points, and it'll just be like make me stand for 5 minutes. Because I can't actually stand for that long, like straight. But if you guys were to remind me to stand once in a while, that would be good. So that might be another fun redeem. Anyways,
You wouldn't have become a partner to such fraud.
Aniki, president of Marusu definitely saw it. Couldn't you do a timeout for a redeem? Okay, true. Yeah, I could just make it cost like 200 and then have it put it on like a 10-minute timer or something. 10 tons of it, clearly with his own eyes. Even more, Dad let the president take 1 ingot at random and have it examined. Results of the examination showed that the 10-kilogram ingot was 99.99% sure. He said that the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was imprinted on it. Almost instantly, the Ushiromiya legend of the gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world. The fixers? Don't let Don Quixote hear. Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money. What if it was a stick of butter? They'd all feel a little silly, wouldn't they? Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, Father was able to receive massive loans. Is there no limit to the absurdity you're willing to accept? How old are you people? Are you still taking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously? Where is the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? Aren't you just parroting the lives of Father and a few of those close to him? Of course it's just a story. But still, Aniki, the amount of money Dad raised required a suitable amount of collateral. Even if the gold itself was just a rumor, it's an undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure of comparable worth. It was just an illusion of money created by our penniless father. He acted as though he actually had gold that didn't exist, fooling his sponsors. It was probably the gamble of a lifetime. Luckily, his use of those funds proved useful. If the Korean War demands hadn't come, the Ushiromiya family had not been restored, Father probably would have been hounded after as a crook of the century.
So, are you saying the gold never existed and Father made it all up?
Of course. And because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he'd achieved enough success. That's why, later on, Father added all that about a witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story. In other words, revealed that the illusion of gold was a fabrication. If you claim to have received the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it existed at all, right? It's also possible he said it for all of your sakes. Nevertheless, here comes some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold along with the rest of the inheritance. Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe in a fabrication like this. I can't prove whether or not Father really had the gold. I just want to claim my rightful share as one of Father's 4 children. Huh. Seems even you started to talk that way, Rosa. I see, so that's what you're all getting at. You're trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold for myself. Nissan, you've gathered a massive supply of funds. That's a fact. If we rule out the possibility that you've been embezzling Father's personal funds, then there's only one possibility left, right? Aniki, we've been thinking that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars. Ridiculous. Such a thing never existed in the first place. Then explain yourself. Was it embezzlement? Or Father's hidden gold? How could you have gathered so much funding if not by one of these methods? Even I have many friends in the political and financial realms. I've earned their cooperation, nothing more. And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you. You understand, don't you? There are some topics that ought not to be spoken of. If you insist on that point, that's all well and good for now. But Aniki, Dad doesn't have long. Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year. The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death. We'll arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation. At that time, if it comes to light that you've unjustly interfered with Father's money, you understand, right? I don't have any clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was. Of course, Father's gold is part of Father's fortune. We understand it's money you can't reveal openly, but the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it. In other words, we're going to have your financial situation investigated as well as Dad's to determine whether you're hoarding the gold or not. Isn't this a great opportunity? Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances. That way we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you. Right, Rosa? That's right. Kraus-san, you are the one who's dodging the issue. If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right, but you aren't even trying to do so. However, Aniki, you still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are. We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, so it wouldn't be fair for the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account. It seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me. Please get to the point. Basically, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of Father's wealth seems like a pretty crude way to go about it. As you said, Kraus-san, there may have been movements of money that are difficult to explain. Thank you for the hydrate, cuz. Sparing me. Sparing me. We've come to consult you today while fully aware of that point. Yeah, that's a lot better. Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now. A consultation? When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work taking care of Dad by an agreement that's generous in your favor. Don't misunderstand us, Nissan. We aren't saying that we'll abandon our rights. But when we make our claim for what we deserve, we might as well offer a generous understanding for your position. That's what we mean. In other words, if you accept our conditions, and when the inheritance is divided, we'll leave the investigation of Father's financial situation to you, Kraus-san. All of the siblings from Eva downward suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. So, letting Kraus report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be impossible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. It'd be possible. The siblings are so nice and generous to their big brother. Kraus, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. Couldn't help but worry about what they'd ask for in exchange. After mistrusting me completely, you now say that you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling. So, what is it you want in return? Just what we deserve as siblings. You aren't the kind of person who'd steal Dad's property, but you also aren't being financed by some patron. Considering all that, there is a certain explanation that'd satisfy the rest of us. Nissan, you found 10 tons of gold and used that as collateral to gather some funding. Yes, just like Father did in the past, right? If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in Father's finances. You've always been a good son, looking after Father. Why'd we mistrust a person like that? They're so cutthroat, it's insane. You're being so roundabout, I can barely understand you. Please speak in clear and more practical terms. Our first condition, Aniki, you must admit that you've found Dad's gold. You asked me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist. Our second condition, you'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to a share of the gold, and you will pay out those shares. Klaus, you're such a nice person. Give us an equal share of money. How foolish. That non-existent 20 billion yen of gold. There'll be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen? Ridiculous.
Keep listening till the end. We know that much money can't just pop up out of nowhere. But no, we're not asking you to make an impossible deal. Of course, regarding the portions of the gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work until now.
Our third condition. The portion of the gold to the one bearing the title of successor to the Ushiromiya head family will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share of the siblings and divvied up. Of course, this also includes you, Kraus-Nisan. Of the 20 billion, 12.5 will go to Aniki, 2.5 will go to Evani-san, 2.5 billion will go to me, and 2.5 will go to Rosa. That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry. So you're saying for the sake of the gold that doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen. What's wrong? Nissan, your share is 5 times the share of ours. These are such good terms, I'd be jumping for joy. I love this like smug, smarmy face Ava does. Our fourth condition. The gold will be liquidated and distributed, along with the inheritance at the time of father's death. However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us promptly. These payments must be made before March of next year. What do you think, Kraus-Nisan? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding your handling of father's assets, isn't it? Oh yeah, I didn't even consider that the new sprites would also like have to replicate the expressions. Of course, it might be possible to get a whole 7.5 billion before father dies, but it should be possible for you to manage a deposit of 750 million, right? Okay, so now they're blackmailing him, pretty much. None of them believe in the gold. They're just blackmailing him. Is that what I'm getting at? New sprites don't have all the faces at most the PS3 version. Bruh. Paying 700 million in half a year might sound like a pain, but you should be able to manage it. What with all your friends in the political and business spheres. Normally, we'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now, all at once. But out of concern for you, we'll show our sincerity by asking for only 10% of that for the time being. They say they don't believe in the gold, but if that's the truth, they would be blackmailing a guy with basically nothing to his name, right? Because, like, all his fucking business ventures have been failures. It's really hard. It's hard to make out. It really is. Like, do they actually believe in the gold, or do they not? Who knows? The remaining 90% can wait until the inheritance is distributed. See? Even you'd be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity. If they believe in the gold, at least right now, they're lying. Yeah, they're definitely just blackmailing him. Like, they're just squeezing him right now. Regardless of the gold. They're squeezing him about the embezzlement shit. So, you're trying to sell me the right to assess father's financial situation. 750 million yen? How impressive. You all certainly have grown. To think that I'm now the one being offered deals. Nissan, if you accept these terms, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you. However, the results of that investigation will be subject to scrutiny. It's only natural, right? We'd be so sad if you managed things so that our 7.5 billion shares shrank. We'll avoid complaining as a general rule. Just make sure you do it neat and tidy. As long as you don't try anything that's blatantly obvious, we've got no intention of stirring things up. We want our inheritance quickly, too. We don't want it all to get drawn out and left hanging. If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation? If you don't mind if it's you. This is probably the first and last chance for us siblings to receive a consensus. I believe it won't come to that. Cackle, cackle. Looks like even you can speak up now and then, Urosa. By this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling. but there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the other siblings' shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time.
Sorry, but there's more. Our fifth condition. This decision must take precedence over Father's will. Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely irrelevant.
I see that you're very cautious. Let me ask, if the gold were really found, what would you do? Since you'll be making payments to us for what the gold's worth, the rest of us, really, don't care if we ever see the gold or not. You can think of our share as an advance payment. Giggle, feminine giggle. It's good to have dreams, isn't it? You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction. Ava let out a high-pitched laugh. Okay, they definitely don't believe in the gold at all. Kraus watched but didn't even flinch. Let me add a seventh condition before I accept. In this situation that any... No. Yes, this is Kraus talking. In this situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me. The gold that doesn't exist, of course. Yes, of course. We'll hold on to it for you. It was a play on words. Of course, the others who were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold wouldn't save Kraus his portion if they actually found it. In the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets. When Kinzo faced death at last and had his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light. That could easily become fatal to Kraus. The real gold was the seagulls that cried along the way. So true, Vakli. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They'd forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they'd been forced to band together to combat him. While Ava couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Klaus let a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was. This all makes for such a touching story. My estrangement from you all has left a deep pain in my heart. If accepting these conditions means we siblings can become friends again, it will please me to no end. I'd be happy to agree to your deal. Rejoice, Rosa. We have reached an understanding. Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Ava also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal. My, how obedient of you. It's not like you at all, Nisan. What a cruel thing to say. Are you implying I have some ulterior motive? Of course I don't. I'm just the same as all of you. Just the same as all of you. He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring this nearly resolved discussion to a conclusion. Then we're good. So, Aniki, would you mind signing here? This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've just been having. There's one for each of us. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them. The 7th condition you proposed will, of course, be added right now. Don't worry about that. Aniki, need a pen? Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke. Actually, in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment on just one point. As soon as Kraus said that single sentence, all of the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up their backs at the same time. That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Just stay quiet and sign it. Why are you in such a hurry, Ava? Of course I'll sign. Promise that the share of gold going to all of you... I promise the share of gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen. I also promise that when father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it. However, there is one point that I simply must insist you compromise on. What are you talking about? What don't you like? The part about promptly paying 10% of your share, 750 million yen. As you pointed out, my financial situation is far from prosperous. While I can guarantee that I'll collect on various future investments, I must admit that I am quite poor at the present moment. Just like I said. In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent, and my business sense is dull. Since I'm the loser you all claim me to be, I don't have the power to move 750 million yen in just half a year. That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with such a half-baked trick? At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once. Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance. That is the only condition under which I'm willing to sign. Rausni-san, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it? All things being equal, you shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all. We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% in good faith money. Now that we've explained that, you rejecting our offer would seriously damage our trust and relationship, right? Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face, and was rubbing his hands together. But his eyes weren't calm at all. Knaus had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes. Why are you all in such a rush? Or could it be that you're afraid of something? Rosa, won't you tell me alone? Secretly, so the rest of the siblings can't hear. It's not as though I... Put it, Aniki. All we're asking is whether you're gonna sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or any other suspicious moves. Oh? You say I have no room to negotiate? Are you trying to claim that I am in a weak position, which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship? Shivers began to crawl up Rudolph's back. He began to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother's completely insurmountable wall, the long shadow that had existed since they were children. Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footing? From my perspective, this deal will help restore the long-lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us. It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one I would prefer to solve as soon as possible. I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today. However, it seems I'm not the only one who'd be quite glad to close this deal quickly. Am I wrong? Knaus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught by Kraus's gaze. Hideyoshi-san, I hear your company's been doing extremely well lately. At a brisk pace it went public, and both its track record and its stock prices have soared. I am truly jealous. We aren't here to talk about my husband. However, it is unfortunate that you've neglected your stockholders. It's even more unfortunate that you're unable to solidify your base when you became stock-listed. Before you realized it, some bad-natured colleagues of yours have bought up a huge share of your company's stock, right?
How could you know about that?
Posture check? I'm more or less straight-backed, honestly. Call it a second wind. But now that you, bring attention to my posture, I realize, how much my back hurts. The same way you knew about me. It's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, and it's possible to collect evidence on you. Is it really so unexpected as that? Knaus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company that he'd started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it a stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in the stockholding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits. So this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. Thank you for the hydrate. I'll finish off my water. And definitely I'm trying to find a stopping point here, but this this scene just keeps on going. I might just have to like stop like cold turkey in the middle of it. As much as I hate to do that. I'll keep going for a bit more though. It'll end in like 10 minutes or so. Okay, we're good then. I can keep that up. Fulfilled your hydrate with some lemonade, admittedly, but in exchange for financing the company, stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights that allow them to observe and guide the company they've invested in, leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right allows them to keep an eye on management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, if they use it forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders. And people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make president anyone they'd like. If they want, it's also possible for them to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring that lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hasn't had the time to strengthen those defensive measures. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that naivety unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. They then sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of a majority. Documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investments, and let this company be born again as one that gives more back to the stockholders." It's very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted. He lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the company's stock. At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock, but the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in the negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, since no one knew when he would die. And you, Rudolph, have been in quite a lot of trouble lately too, haven't you? You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true. American trials are settled quite emotionally. They never hand down generous judgments to foreigners. Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run? What's this all about? Well, it's just some trouble from work. No big deal. Nothing you can't settle with money. Kitty immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression behind Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge, and had been worrying over it alone. That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings. America is very fussy about the violation of rights, but with money, anything can be settled. Long live capitalism. Strangefellow said, I also want a lot of money right now. Real. Though rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $1 million. Ooh, that's gotta sting. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in the trial would be extremely unlikely, and he was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even though there was a way for this to be resolved with money, if he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. Rosa, you're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game. However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble, hasn't it? In my opinion, becoming a co-signer for anything isn't something one should enter into lightly. That's none of your business, Kraus Nissan. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money, quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Kraus would be in. Kraus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles' heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes. If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need. But unfortunately, I have nothing on hand. If you know of any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole $750 million, I suggest you try there first. Klaus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. If they could think of a sponsor with that convenience, they wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options. However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor. Oh wait, I do believe you said that I have no influence. Well then, I'm afraid I won't be much help to you. Kraus's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings, he disowned them epic style. Indeed, I couldn't have put it better myself. The younger siblings who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth. Ava. Don't make me laugh. No, dude, no. Don't make me laugh. As if I would ever put myself in your debt. Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh. If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us? I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible. You taking advantage of us. Honey, please calm down. I am calm. I'm extremely cool. You bastard. Kitty grabbed her husband's hand. That action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Kraus laughed as though watching something highly amusing. Is Kraus gonna be the one that gets murdered? In times like these, it certainly would be nice to find Father's hidden gold. If you did, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now. I don't know, is he? It's looking like it. How sad. How sad. How very sad. How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad. Tonight, let us all drink together as we solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph and discover the location of Father's hidden gold. If we four friendly siblings work together, there is surely no puzzle we can't solve. I read until that point. Stop after or before reading the riddle? Should it be my finishing point? Okay, it'll be my finishing point. Quite an entertaining scheme. Well then, what are the conditions they've attached? Well, whether or not Kraus-sama actually discovers the gold, he'll pay... Sounds like the servants talking. He'll pay Eva-sama, Rudolph-sama, and Rosa-sama a total of 7.5 billion yen for their shares. I don't know, this is just me guessing. Moreover, 10% of that will be paid before March. Oh. Oh, Kraus, you dunce. I think he would have his feet swept out from under him by his younger siblings. Morel being held at gunpoint and forced to read more. How truly amusing. But it sounds as though they tripped when going in for the kill, yes? Yes. Kraus-sama exposed the fact that Eva-sama and the younger siblings all have an urgent need to get money. Is there any need to expose such obvious facts? That irresolute, incompetent man. What are they doing now? That conversation has been put on hold for the time being. Now Beatrice-sama's epitaph is being discussed. So, they're trying to solve the riddle and find out where my gold is hidden. Yes. Okay. So they all very secretly believe in the gold. It has to be real, right? The riddle is a big part of the core mystery, both as a riddle and as a text itself. Kinso set down his spectacles and snorted. Will the miracle be fulfilled first? Will those fools expose the gold first? What a show this will be. At the very moment those fools solve my puzzle, I will suffer utter defeat. They can suck my corpse down to the last fragment of bone. The greed of fools can allow great magic to bring forth a miracle. And yet, if the fulfillment of the miracle comes first, if it comes first, Beatrice will be resurrected again. The smile I've been chasing half my life will be restored. Oh, Beatrice! Soon will come the sacred night when we shall bet upon a miracle, and the game of demons shall begin. I gave up on the voice because it was hurting my throat too much after all this reading. I will surely prove triumphant and survive. I'll let you have the lives of all those others. I don't need wealth or honor or assets or gold or anything. All I want is to see your smile one last time. Coughing. Staunch, deep, painful coughing that I'm not going to do this time because my throat hurts too much. Kinso choked, apparently in great pain. Hanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back. There's a bit of phlegm forming up in my sinuses from all the from so much talking and forcing my throat this much. Hanon got closer and tried to pat his master's back, but Kinzo motioned for him to stop. Do you know why I went to the trouble of exposing the hidden location of the gold in a place that everyone can see? No. It is because magical power is determined by risk. If the number of people who try to discover Beatrice's gold is great, and the danger of them succeeding is great as well, then the power of magic will bring about a grand miracle if we succeed despite the odds. In other words, magic is a game. It is not the case that the one who performs the best becomes the victor. The victor performs the best because he has been granted magic. Do you see? It is similar to how the miracle of life can be granted only after winning against the divine odds of several 100 million to 1. Is this a little difficult for you? My apologies. Oh, that's fine. It all comes down to this. I will give all that I have built up to the one who solves the mystery of Beatrice's epitaph. Wealth, honor, gold, and the inheritance of the Ushiromiya family. Everything that I have established. My children certainly aren't the only ones with the right to attempt to solve this riddle. Anyone who solves the riddle will have the right to gain everything, even you. Kinzo suddenly calling... Not so subtly calling Canon stupid, really. Yes. However, I couldn't possibly understand such a difficult riddle. Of course. I made it difficult, but you must try to solve it as well. That will form the seed that summons the miracle of my magic. I feel like he's talking to the reader more than he is to Canon. Although he is talking to Canon. If everyone attempts it and everyone fails, that will be that. However, if the miracles come together and give birth to magical power, it will happen. Beatrice will revive. That is why you must attempt it too. Everyone must attempt it. And in so doing, they will give strength to my magic. But... suddenly... Alright, the grand finale for today. Yes, I will try. For a long while, Kinzo repeatedly muttered to himself, agitated and clutching at his head. Kanon stayed where he was, alert and unmoving, until he was given the next order from his master. Kinzo eventually realized this. Very well, leave me. There's a bag of sweets on the liquor cabinet. You can take some with you as a reward. I'm fine. After all, I am furniture. So furniture doesn't eat sweets? Well, I suppose it stands to reason. In that case, leave me. Yes, excuse me. Canon bowed and left the study. As the door closed, a heavy locking noise sounded out. Let the mystery simmer upon myself for the rest of the day until I start my stream up again tomorrow. But it was not the sound of Canon locking the door. It was the door locking automatically. No one could enter without Kinzo's permission, and once they left, they could not enter again. It was a mechanism that Kinzo, unable to trust his blood relatives, had created to seal himself up in his own study and isolate himself from the outside world. He was already unable to trust anyone excepting, not the children who shared his blood, the servants who called themselves furniture. Nanjo-sama, how are you feeling?
Genji-san. Oh, it's just that there's no place for me to be anymore.
With a bitter laugh, Nanjo turned to face the door to the parlor. That look was apparently enough to tell Genji what Nanjo wanted to say. Hydrate? I'm out of fluids, but I will fulfill your redeem once I end the stream, I promise. Pinky promise. For the most part, Genji also understood the family situation. It must have made him want to frown, knowing that right now in the lounge, the master he served was being discussed so disrespectfully. Yeah, I'm gonna get some food, and I'm gonna get some water, and maybe like a soda to wash the food down or something. But it would have been very difficult to gather that from his indifferent expression.
Still, I don't understand. Why did Kinzo-san have something so provocative written, I wonder?
Nanjo looked at the portrait of Beatrice. No, he actually directed his gaze beneath the portrait, the plate with the epitaph. I do not presume to understand the master's thoughts. However, I'm sure he had a deeper reason for doing so. Since long ago, when Kinzo-san played chess,
he would always prepare his moves according to some far-reaching judgment. Yes, sometimes even to make moves I couldn't understand. For an average person like me, it was impossible to see through whatever it was he was planning. Sometimes I wonder if this might be some kind of will, and
it is Genji-san speaking. Well, in the master's eyes. Perhaps he wishes to hand over his wealth and the title to the one who can understand it.
So you're thinking he may have wanted the four siblings to work together and solve the riddle, before some outsider like myself solved it. Kinzo-san may speak of his children in insulting terms, but perhaps he also wants them to repair their relationship.
It certainly would be heartwarming if, as Nanjo had suggested, the epitaph had been made to repair the siblings' relationship. However, both Nanjo and Genji knew that nothing could be more impossible than this. They'd known Kinzo longer than anyone, and Kinzo trusted them more than his own relatives, but even they could not guess at his true motives. The master always says that everyone has the right to try and solve the riddle, even if they aren't a member of the family. What about you, Dr. Nanjo?
Oh no, it's a little too difficult a puzzle for this senile old man. Actually, I once wrote this epitaph down on my notebook. Night after night, I would try to solve it before going to sleep. But it really is hard. It looks like we might have some free time to relax and consider it before someone comes to get us. What do you say, Genji-san?
I am nothing more than furniture in service to the master. Golden assets are unnecessary to me.
You're very modest. I imagine that's why Kinzo-san trusts you so much.
If so, I am honored. Absolute wage slave? As Nanjo lightly laughed in response, he once again looked at the epitaph. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. The epitaph on the portrait called My Beloved Witch Beatrice goes as follows. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the Golden Land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the Golden Land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the Golden Land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It's shown, so no need to screenshot or all that? Okay, I was literally doing that right now. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, shall attain to the power of the golden land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. What the hell, man? I had no idea. You're just telling me this for the first time. Then an hour passes. Okay, we'll save right here. Right here at the end of the epitaph. You can always look at the riddle on the menu. I've had my fill of reading today. That much is certain. Long riddle. On the menu. Okay. This chapter is when stuff will get serious, so next time you read it, it'll be exciting. It's on tips. Ah! I will still post the riddle to Rakenjima, so I can look at it while I don't have the game while I don't have the game loaded. I'll post it. Okay. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch Beatrice. What a stream. I think Ain's live right now, so I think I'm gonna drop you guys off in her spot. She most certainly is. Fade no aim Ain. She's playing Yakuza. Well, I am growing more and more invested in this game by the hour. Good reading, had fun. Thank you. I did too. I'm glad you guys had fun. Oh shit, I didn't notice that she streams? Yeah, she's been streaming for a little while, I think. At least I saw her launch Yakuza on Discord like a couple hours ago. And I'm like, oh, she's probably streaming that, isn't she? Like, I don't really think she plays Yakuza on her own. Lo and behold, she is in fact live. So, yeah, I'm glad you guys stuck with me for the reading of this section of Umineko When They Cry. There will be more tomorrow, and I'll be resting my vocal cords until then, that's for sure. You know, it's like they are like a muscle, though. The more I use them, the more I can read. So yeah, see ya. See you around, strange fella. Have a good rest of your day. It'll pick up and get crazy. Alright. So yeah, it's good that I'm wearing my vocal cords out right now, because it's like a muscle. The more I use them, the more I wear them out, the stronger they'll be, and the harder it'll be to wear them out in future readings of any game, not just Umineko. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out with me, choosing to spend your time in my humble abode. Hope you guys had fun, and enjoy the rest of the day. I'll see you guys tomorrow with more Umineko. See ya!